That was my first gavel strike as new mayor of Los Altos. So, not counting the adjournment at the last meeting, right? Good evening. Welcome, everybody. I know some of you are probably new to a council meeting, so we'll talk through some of those details in a minute. But the first thing, I've called the meeting to order, and we're going to have the city clerk establish quorum.
Councilmember Daley.
Here.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Here.
Vice Mayor Lang.
Here.
Mayor Meadows.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Yes, we are a four-member council at the moment. I want to ask so first thing is to report out on closed session that we had before the meeting. There's nothing to report, except that we will be reconvening to closed session after this regular meeting is done. So you are going to notice, because this is going to be a long meeting and a packed meeting, and because we reconvene to that afterwards, I'm going to keep us going on a very brisk pace. So your cooperation will be appreciated. And if you have any devices on, please put them on silent mode, because we will hear them from up here. Thank you very much for that. So do any of my colleagues have any changes to the order of the agenda? Oh, where was that? I did skip that. Our Vice Mayor is going to lead us in the pledge. Thank you.
If you're able, please join me in standing and pledging allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I've given my colleagues permission to keep pointing out to me where I'm in the wrong place on the agenda, because I'm a little rusty. So, but I'm still going to move us along briskly. So I already reported out on the closed session, and that my colleagues had no changes to the order of the agenda. So I'm not sure, City Clerk, do we have any speaker cards on items not on the agenda? And how many of those do we have?
We have 3.
Okay. I'm just going to give 1 minute for that. Again, we've got a lot of speakers in here for some of the future items. So 1 minute for public comments not on the agenda. It's up to you.
The first speaker is Yanhua Mao.
Hi, City Council members. So my name is Yan Hua. I want to say in the City Planning Commission meeting that happened 2 weeks ago, the Commission unanimously expressed concern that their hands are tied by recent changes to the state law that compel them to approve, for example, 8-story buildings.
No, I think you're here to speak on item later in the agenda. This is not public. Right now we're talking about public comments on items that are not otherwise included on the agenda.
It's not exactly included. So what they were talking about is they would like to change the objective design standards, which I think is very important. I would like to know how to follow up on that.
All right, thank you very much for your comment.
The next speaker is David Zhao.
Good evening.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the council members. My name is David. I'm speaking to share our process concerns. So on Friday evening, I run the developer, who we believe also living in Los Altos, actually called me and my wife. During that call, we were offered what we understood to be a cash payment if we withdraw the appeal or stop further actions.
Wait, so let me ask for city attorney guidance. This also sounds like item on the agenda, or this is a tangential, so?
It's tangential. I would
Okay.
let him
Okay.
finish his.
Sorry for the
Perfect.
interruption,
Yeah, we'll
please
be-
continue.
Yeah, thank you very much. So he also repeatedly said our appeal would be denied, and it's already on the agenda, and suggested withdrawing would save us time. So that call pretty much ruined our Friday night. I'm not here to argue motives or make legal accusations. I'm sharing it because residents deserve confidence in a fair and transparent public process. So when residents are discouraged from participating, it undermines trust in the city's process and the public right to be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad you are here tonight participating in the city's process. What you described wasn't part of the process. Thank you so much. And the next speaker?
The next speaker is Nancy Martin. I just saw her. Nancy, there you are.
And let's, in other items, let's get people queued so they know they're gonna be up, yeah.
Okay, no timer.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Hello. I'm here tonight representing a large number of people in Los Altos, including residents and business owners, who would like you to pause the planning of the downtown park, effective immediately, until you can explain why the council, the four of you now, why you feel that it's okay to make this monumental and permanent decision without any input from the people who work and live in Los Altos. This will permanently alter our downtown and destroy our beautiful trees and parking. I understand that there's a small handful of people who want a theater, and that's what's driving this project. But again, we're asking you to stop and pause your actions and ask the residents if they want to lose their parking and all of their beautiful trees. Thank you.
May I ask a question?
Yes, you may, go ahead.
So we're not going to address this tonight, but do have a question. Hypothetically, suppose the choice was not between parking in a park, but parking and building development.
I understand that. I understand that whole dynamic that goes on with that.
I'm just curious which of those two you would prefer.
Neither. And I don't think we should sell our parking lots to developers.
Thank
So that
you
goes on
for
to a different
answering the
story.
question. Okay, thank you so much. Is that all we have on public comments on items not on the agenda? All right, so we're going to move forward to the consent calendar. We will take public comment after I ask if my colleagues have any desire to make a comment on or pull anything from the consent calendar. Okay, so now I'm going to ask for public comment on the consent calendar. That is also going to be 1 minute.
We have 4 speaker cards.
Okay,
The
thank
first
you.
speaker is Thomas Chapman for item number 3.
Hi guys, afternoon, evening. My comment is on the weed abatement thing. I don't know much about what the item that's going to be approved in it is, but I did see the list of homes that are on there. One is 1964 Diodero Drive, which is down the road from me. And I know they're an elderly couple. I think one of them might be deceased and the other is very elderly. So I didn't know if part of the process for identifying these houses included going to the actual residents, knocking on the door and kind of finding a little bit more about them to see what their issue is. It might not be that they don't want to do the weeds, they just, might be very elderly or frail or this, that, and the other. So maybe the city, as part of their process, to kind of go to the houses and identify and maybe help them if they're in need or if they can't afford it or anything like that. So this might be
Thank you
something
very
to consider.
much, Mr. Chapman. That is accommodated in the county process, I believe. Yes, thank you.
The next speaker is Andrea Wald for item 4.
Good evening. I am concerned about how the city is handling the renovation project for both Grant and Shoup playgrounds. The agenda item says, install new playground equipment and safety surfacing. One needed to look more deeply into to realize that there is already a design in place using PIP and that staff recommends this material. Based on this information, there were many emails sent to City Council with concerns about choosing this harmful material for the playground and how engineering wood fiber should be used. There were additional concerns that community input has not been solicited. In subsequent info received from the city manager, it appears as though no surface has been chosen, and the design will go before the Parks and Recs Commission for their input, and community members will have a chance to voice their opinion. So, if the communication from the city manager is correct about no surfacing being chosen and an opportunity for the Park and Rec Commission to review the plans and community input, how can the staff report be contradictory to this and recommend approving PIP? Will the contractor
Thank you, Ms. Wald. Your time is up.
The next speaker is Teresa Morris, followed by Maria Bautista for item 4.
Good evening, Teresa Morris, speaking as a resident, not as a park commissioner. I wanted to come in front of the council and just state my concern about any products that we look at within the city. This is on item 4 that have to do with petroleum-based products. So if indeed this is going to go back to Park and Park will have public hearings or meetings about this, that'll be great for us to talk about the pour and play specifically. I think we're a very nature-forward city, and I'd like to see us work on a nature-forward solution to our ground covering, and bark has worked very well. The only complaints I've ever heard about bark in the past had to do with the dog park, and we used the wrong kind of bark on that one. So you have the power, you have the ability to direct our staff and our city manager, and I'm asking that you direct them in a way that has nothing to do with petroleum, and certainly that can buck the system a bit as far as our wars and so on go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris.
The last card is for Maria Bautista for item 4.
Good evening. I wanted to just share before the public a letter that was sent to City Council this week from 7 former park commissioners in respect to the process that's being undertaken for the renovations at Grant and Shout Park. As 7 park commissioners who served over 50 years combined on the Park Commission, we have a long and strong tradition of relying on our Park Commission for a public process and things related to park and park facilities. And we believe that it is unfair and really unacceptable that projects of this sort are not beginning at the Park Commission and being discussed in a public forum before a vendor is selected, which forecloses the opportunity to really talk about the goals that the city and community have for any parks. Parks are shared public environments, and we will be living with any changes for 20 to 35 years, and we really feel it's important that the community has an opportunity to have an input.
Thank you, Ms. Batista. That's all for comments on the consent calendar. I will just refer to the public to the packet, which includes a very clear explanation of when this is going to the Park Commission, and this is just to do with a contract that's in front of us this evening. So you can get the clarification there. Thank you so much. So we're back to colleagues. Can I have a motion on the consent
I'll
calendar?
move to accept the consent calendar.
Second.
Councilmember Daley?
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lang?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. So we're going to move into a very meaty agenda. Let me explain to you a little bit about what we're going to be looking at tonight. We have 4 public hearings, 2 of which are appeals. So I think from some of the public comment, we've got some people are confused about which is what, so we'll try to clarify as we go along so you can understand. The public hearings are going to be maybe a bit more formal than those of you who attend council regularly might see how we conduct our meetings, but we're going to do them very carefully, deliberately, and make sure we listen to everybody's input in this meeting. I do want to point out, because as I said, we have a lot of people here, we're going to hear a lot of comment. We are going to make sure we provide a respectful environment for everyone to make their comments in tonight. So what that means is even if we don't agree with you, we're going to nod politely, or at least we're not going to have cheering or jeering, stamping or clapping or clicking. We're just each going to support the other's opinions. We're going to set an example for our nation, or we'll try anyway. So I'm going to ask for your forbearance in respecting what each of us have to say. And if I have to, I'll make a reminder during the course of the things, but during the course of the hearings and the rest of the agenda, but I'm sure I won't have to do that. So I want to turn it over first to let our city attorney talk a little bit about these in more legalese, which I'm not qualified to do, and then we'll bring it back to the specific items.
Well, I don't think this one's going to be legalese, but for the 2 vesting tentative maps that are on the agenda tonight, starting with 996 Lorraine, just for the background, the tentative map was heard at the Planning Commission on November 6th, and that was a duly noticed public hearing per the Los Altos Municipal Code and the MAP Act. It went to the city council, and that meeting we heard after the meeting that there was an error in the noticing. Instead of, the property was posted, it had a 10-day published notice, but we learned that the postcards were not sent out. So in the abundance of caution, we are now rehearing the two vesting tentative maps that were heard on the November 18th council meeting. They were noticed, renoticed with public notice, postcards, and all the state law compliance, and also compliance with our Los Altos code. So if people want to know why this map is coming back and why the map for 4898 are coming back, they were approved at council, but there was a notice issue, so we're clarifying that notice issue by rehearing them. And Mayor, are you going to advise the public about our rules of conduct? You mentioned it earlier, but...
Yeah, so the rules of conduct will apply during this whole meeting. And so, but I think I already went into that. So was there something in specific you thought I...
Well, if you interrupt the meeting tonight and it's not based on speech, it would be based on conduct. And that would be, and it's pursuant to the Los Altos Municipal Code 2.05010. And it would be based on conduct such as not sitting down after your time is up, or you yell and try to interfere or willfully interrupt persons or group of people from having the meeting conducted. And the mayor will be able to warn you that you will be removed if she has to tell you again. So again, we're just trying to keep it so people aren't standing up and shouting and interrupting willfully interrupting our meeting.
All right, thank you so much, City Attorney. And I did mention about turning off devices, and I also mentioned if you're gonna have conversations amongst yourselves there, I'd ask that you go outside actually, because we can hear all that, and it's very distracting, and it's louder than you might think for us. So, it might be boring for some of you. You can play your games on your phone until your item comes up, but just be sure you're on silent and you don't talk to each other. All right.
Mayor, if I may make a quick request to the public, if any
Yes.
of you would like to submit public speaker cards for any of tonight's items, please get them to me as soon as possible so that we can avoid any misses during the meeting.
Yeah, that's true. We're gonna have a lot of speakers, so please do make sure that she has them so we can try to keep speakers moving. So, okay, so with that, we will move to the first item, item number 6, adoption of resolution vesting tentative map at 996 Lorraine Avenue. This is a public hearing, but not an appeal. And as City Attorney explained, we have gone over this previously. But is that Stephanie? Are you presenting this or?
Excuse me,
Sean, sorry.
Madam Mayor, may I
Yes.
make a disclosure before we
Oh,
start?
yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
The actual map for this item was prepared by BKF Engineering. A client of mine used BKF Engineering as an expert witness in litigation over a year ago. That case is over. Judgment was rendered. The time to appeal has expired. I have not spoken with anyone at BKF about this matter. My prior relationship, or my client's prior relationship with BKF, will not in any way affect my consideration and deliberation tonight, and I have no further information about this item other than what has been made available to the council and the public. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And we're going to point to that disclosure a little later, if I recall, on number 8. So keep that in mind. And can I also ask if there's a seat, an empty seat next to you? We have some folks standing. And so if you have a chair available, maybe raise your hand in case anyone wants to. Yes. There's one more here if someone wants to come up. Front row seat. Nobody ever wants that one. All right, just trying to get as many people comfortable as possible. All right, so vesting tentative map at 996 Lorraine. Sean, it's all yours. Mr. Gallegos, I mean.
Sorry, I'm waiting for the presentation to cue. Oh, okay.
On the
There it is.
Zoom, we see it, yeah.
Yeah.
I can start.
There it is.
There.
Good evening, Mayor Meadows and council members. My name is Sean Gallegos, Senior Planner with the Planning Division. The item before you tonight is consideration of an application for a vesting tentative map for 996 Lorraine Avenue. The tentative map would create 13 condominium units and one common lot, or 13 condominium lots, I should say. On November 6th of last year, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the vesting tentative map application to council. The City Council previously considered the vesting tentative map at a public hearing on November 18th, at which time the council unanimously approved the application. The application has been rescheduled for consideration by council at the public hearing tonight. That has been noticed in accordance with all the applicable local and state regulations. The Planning Commission recommends the City Council approve the tentative map application consistent with the recommended motion. This concludes staff's presentation unless there are any questions. Thank you.
Do my colleagues have any questions? Okay, it looks like Councilmember Weinberg does.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to confirm with either staff or the city attorney, does the map that is before us tonight comply with the Subdivision Map Act?
Yes, it does, and the findings under 66474 could not be made.
And does the map comply with the city subdivision ordinance?
Yes, it does.
And does it comply with the general plan?
Yes, and again, the findings in the negative under the MAP Act that the findings could not be made that it didn't comply. So it does comply with the general plan, the zoning, and the local ordinances, and then the negative findings also couldn't be met. So
Thank you very much. I have nothing more, Madam Mayor.
All right, I don't have any questions either. That legal double negative is good news though, right?
well, that's a case that came out several years ago, and it is very odd to make a resolution that
Yes.
the findings can't be made, because we're used to
Right.
findings being made.
I just wanted to make sure that the public understood that was actually a good thing, which is not always the case. All right, so thank you. Thank you for that. City Clerk, do we have any speaker cards on item number 6?
I have no speaker cards for item 6.
And
Did you-
if you're thinking of speaking for 7, 8, or 9, or anything else, please do start getting your speaker cards in. This gentleman looks like, do you think you're speaking on item number 6? 996 Lorraine?
I'm here on behalf of the applicant for 996 Lorraine.
Oh, okay, I didn't even ask. Okay, would you care to talk to us? Tell
I'm
us
going to
something.
keep it very brief as,
All
as you've outlined. I think the city attorney had outlined this has come before you all before. I'm just here to represent the applicant who could not be here tonight and here to answer any questions if they should come up. And I'm Jeff Potts with SDG Architects. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, and sorry for ignoring you. Do my colleagues have any questions for the applicant? No? No? Okay, and we don't have any public speaker cards on item number 6 then. All right, bringing it back to council, do we have any discussion, or would anyone care to make a motion?
I move approval of the proposed resolution.
I'll second.
And City Clerk, I can take roll call. Okay.
Councilmember Daley.
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, thank you very much. So, number 7, appeal of development project at 4898 El Camino Real. So I know there's probably a lot of speakers for this. So again, please, if you will fill out speaker cards so that we're primed to bring you up when it's your time to speak. Let's see. I'm going to take disclosure ex parte communications that any council members may want to make on this item before we get started, and we might forget about it as we get in the crux of it. So do my colleagues have any disclosures they like to mention about who they've spoken to in this appeal, if anyone? Nothing, okay. I have communicated with some members of the public, but nothing that isn't available in our public packet and information, so. All right, so Ms. Williams, you're going to, or, Sean, Mr. Gallegos again, all right. Busy evening.
Sorry, it accidentally closed.
And just for a little background then, while we're waiting for that to come up, the Planning Commission is the body that saw this and recommended approval, and there's been appeal put in place, and that's what we're hearing tonight is the appeal. And you will hear various facts about on what basis we have, if any, to either to grant the appeal, or if we deny the appeal, then the Planning Commission findings will hold. So that's what this is about.
You may want to go through the city staff is going to do their staff presentation, then we'll turn it over to the appellants.
Okay, yes, I'll walk you through what the process looks like. Thanks for that suggestion. So first, staff will walk us through the process and the application and the project and the appeal. And then we will ask staff, the council will ask staff any clarifying questions that we may have. And then we will open the public hearing, and we will hear from the appellants, those who are placing the appeal. They will have 10 minutes to speak. This is a total of 10 minutes amongst all the appellants. I think there's only actually one appellant, right? But if there were to pop up other parties, it's just 10 minutes. It'll be more applicable later on anyway. But one appellant. Council can ask the appellant questions. The applicant gets to respond up to 10 minutes. And then, again, council can ask the applicant questions. Again, more public comments, and both the appellant and the applicant will get a chance to respond to the comments they hear. So it's going to be a long process, but we'll take our time and everyone will get equal time, both the appellant and the applicant, and the public, you will get your time too. So, and then we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council to talk about discussion. And may I ask anyone standing in the lobby, because the door is open, we can hear you. So if you're gonna have a conversation, please take it outside or, all right, thank you.
Yeah, Mayor?
Yes.
I just want to clarify, the appellants will be getting, you said they get 10 minutes, and that is the group. There are several people that signed on as appellants but withdrew as appellants, and so they'll be speaking as members of the public. And then the applicant will be afforded 10 minutes. And then after public comments, the appellant will get 5 minutes rebuttal, and then the applicant will also get 5 minutes rebuttal. Okay, thank you.
Right, equal time. All right, so, and Mr. Gallegos, you're ready now, right?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Again, good evening, Mayor Meadows and council members. My name is Sean Gallegos, Senior Planner with the Planning Division. The project before you includes a design review permit for architectural approval, a conditional use permit, including a state density bonus with waivers, for a new 8-story, 85-unit multifamily residential development with associated on-site and off-site improvements. The ground floor includes the residential lobby and support areas. The primary building entry and entrance for the full underground automatic parking garage provides 95 parking spaces. Bicycle parking is provided with long-term storage for 98 bicycle spaces and 20 Class 1 bicycle spaces within the automated parking system and 5 Class 2 bicycle spaces located near the building entry. The project provides on-site landscaping, ground floor pedestrian amenities, and streetscape improvements along El Camino Real and Jordan Avenue, including sidewalks, planters, and street trees. On November 6th, the Planning Commission considered the application, technical reports, and public testimony, and approved the project and found it exempt from environmental review under Section 15332 of the California Environmental Quality Act. A timely appeal of the Planning Commission's decision was filed by a resident living within 300 feet of the project site. The appellants included several grounds for appeal, which are discussed in the staff report for council's consideration. In summary, based on the analysis in the staff report, it is recommended council adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's decision and find the project is exempt from environmental review pursuant to Section 15332 of the California Environmental Quality Act. This concludes my presentation. Unless there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallegos. So, colleagues, any questions for staff? Yeah, Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam City Attorney, I just want to clarify sort of the scope of this appeal because it's complicated. The appellant document itself has quite a lot of different factors, and it's taken me some time, I suspect all of us, to really wrap our heads around what's being asked here. I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that there are one of two ways that we could find in favor of the appellants. One would be if we found that the applicants didn't comply with CEQA, in which case the matter never should have gone to the Planning Commission. And the other would be if we find that the Planning Commission believed that they did not have discretion on something when in fact they did have discretion, in which case we would send it back to the Planning Commission and then they would then reevaluate the issue with an understanding of what they have discretion on. Am I correct that those are the only two bases in which we could grant the appeal?
You could, yes, but this is a de novo hearing, so you could look at the density bonus claims and the Housing Accountability Act claims and the traffic impacts. You could look at all of those and decide that the appellants have met a burden, and you could say that you can make those findings and deny it, but at this time, I don't see, we don't have those findings for denial tonight, so.
Okay, so there's three things we could do. It could be on CEQA, it could be on discretion, and it could be on those findings.
Yes.
The appellants have invited us, I think, at times to negotiate this change or that change. That is something that we are not able to do at this hearing tonight. Is that correct?
No, I would not recommend, if there are going to be changes, I wouldn't recommend doing those changes from the dais, and because we would have to review those changes to make sure that they meet the objective standards. And if there are changes, I would ask for it to be continued so we could bring back new design. I mean, that's if the changes you're going to make, I think they would be significant enough that it would cause a design change.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Do you have any questions, Councilmember? No? Okay. So I think we've actually asked you all the questions that we have, surprisingly. Okay. So with that, I'm going to open the public hearing. And the first thing is the appellant. Are you here? Okay.
The appellant is Guiting Yi.
Can we?
The appellant is Guiting Yi.
No,
So
I'm
you,
sorry, you're
no,
withdrawing your appeal? No, there's only one appellant, and that is Guiting Yi.
Yes.
So
Guiting Yi is the appellant for the project.
that's not our understanding.
Would you please approach the podium so we can at least hear you through the microphone? We have the documents in the appellant is recorded on the appeal.
The appellant who filed is Gui Ting Yi, and the appellant who we have been speaking to and communicating with this entire time is Gui Ting Yi.
But according to the email, we said we will drawing appeal, like multiple appearing in the appeal, and your email says you recognize it, and also
No,
attorney
the
says
email
like
says that Gui Ting Yi is the main appellant.
And it also said that Anatol.
Make sure your microphone is on.
Anatol withdrew his appeal.
No.
On November 18th, dear Taylor Solino, thank you for your email. I'm hereby withdrawing my individual appeal application and asking to have my name included as an appellant in the joint appeal application submitted by Guting Lee.
Yes.
Well, we'll give your group 10 minutes, but you withdrew your appeal. But
Individual appeal, but drawing appeal, right?
there was one appeal application and there was one appeal fee paid.
Yes, and we said these are the joint appeal.
Okay, well, is it you three?
Yes, ask 10 minutes.
Okay, that's not how it works, but we'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
May I ask for each of your names so I can make sure that your speaker cards are removed for later for the public comment period? Okay.
烟花毛.
Okay.
And Gui Ting, yes. I didn't.
So we have a presentation on the.
You would need to connect via. We provided you with the panelist link to Zoom. You'll need to connect to that and then share your screen as was
She sent it to the appellant.
Sorry, please bear with us. This will work.
So, City Attorney, are we just
We're just
waiting?
waiting. I wouldn't count it as their 10 minutes, but
No, I'm not going to count it as 10 minutes, but
they were also informed about how to do the PowerPoint as well, so.
yeah.
Yeah, what's the,
Where's your attorney? I mean, this is.
do you have the number? The
Yeah,
number and
I-
password. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Should I call a 5-minute recess? Or do we want to sit here and
Just,
wait?
I don't want people get it, you know.
Yes, okay, we're
It'll
gonna,
be harder to get
we're
everybody
gonna hold
back.
tight for a few minutes.
I knew they were gonna do this.
Please give it to the city clerk to pass to us.
How do I share screen? How do I share screen using this thing? Maybe. Yes, as join as a panelist. Okay. Okay, that's great. Share. closer look. Okay. Slideshow.
Let's go to the beginning.
Yeah, let's go to the beginning. Let me make sure I have the speaker notes here.
Are we ready?
I think so.
Okay, we're ready.
All right, please go ahead. Make sure you speak to the mic.
Thank you, City Council members. We welcome, of course, responsible development, not just any old development, and this appeal in particular is about Cancer Tower. I call it that because it's an ugly tumor on the beautiful body of Los Altos that will cause endless problems to our neighborhood and our quality of life, paving the way for overdevelopment. This appeal is also about due process. There was inadequate notice sent. 300 feet is not enough for construction that will affect every single home along Jordan, Marriage, Portola, and Delphi up to San Antonio. There wasn't enough public information given in advance, not enough time to review supplementary information, especially to engage professionals where necessary. The developer never sought to engage with our community early on, and the developer uses every loophole to maximize profit at the expense of our neighborhood. We argue that unusual traffic circumstances, misuse of waivers, and improper zoning designation give the city discretion to disapprove or significantly amend the Cancer Tower project per SEQA. The most significant impact of this particular new building, Cancer Tower, will be to the traffic situation on Jordan Avenue. You got a little image here of traffic backed up. It backs off very often to Marriage. That's quite a deep backup there, especially at peak times. If other buildings in the vicinity go to 8 or 9 stories, Jordan and El Camino will be unmanageable. Abrams' traffic impact analysis is at best incompetent, at worst maliciously misleading. Despite having the opportunity to revise, the same errors, falsehoods, and irrelevancies remain. In his response, Abrams often uses terms such as likely and expected, so it's all guesswork. Unlike Abrams, who appears to have flunked out of high school English, when he read the original report, they'll see that, our traffic engineer, Lin Zhang, has a PhD and a professional engineer license and has found numerous flagrant errors in Abrams' analysis. Even Abrams concedes the errors in his response to our comments. This report altogether should be recommissioned to a reputable traffic engineer. Abrams did not include queuing analysis at Jordan and El Camino Real, which is exactly the issue that causes the most difficulty for drivers, bicyclists, and pedestrians all along Jordan down to El Camino Real. Cut-through traffic from San Antonio to El Camino is considered a minor nuisance by Abrams, who expects it to be reduced by construction of Cancer Tower. It's a baseless assumption. Our neighborhood safety group tried to hire Hexagon to conduct an alternative traffic study, but the developer got to them first, creating a conflict of interest to prevent our approach. Yet he never made use of their study. Why? Due to the lack of sidewalks on Jordan, vehicular traffic will be interacting with bicycles and pedestrians. All three will increase dramatically as more and more buildings go up in the area. Jordan and Distel will be overwhelmed. These are the only 2 streets exiting to El Camino from the entire neighborhood around Los Altos High School between San Antonio and the Mountain View border. Abrams also ignored key safety issues like obscured visibility for cars emerging from the parking garage due to the building transformer size and placement. Supposed relocation of this is not reflected in the plan, and false argument about fence relocation in the response to our appeal indicates a misuse of waiver. My colleague will continue.
All right. So my name is Yan Hua. I'm an engineer, so we'll get into the
Close to the microphone, please. Thank you.
So we're going to get a little bit technical. First, let's take a look at this waiver regarding the transformer fence. And on screen is a screenshot of the plan showing the location of the transformer, the fence, the driveway. The developer is proposing a 6-foot, 5 inches tall fence. However, the location and the height is not compliant with the city code. So they requested a waiver, arguing that full compliance would make the project less attractive. However, state law protects only housing units. Appearance alone is not a valid justification under the law. Our position is simple. Safety is more important than appearance. Next, I want to address the second argument. They claim that relocating the transformer and fence would displace units. However, as shown in this diagram, an alternative location exists that would not displace any unit. What's more concerning is their own written response. They stated the enclosure has now been relocated so that no longer obstruct the view. This is an important admission of obstructing the view, and it actually has not been relocated in their plan. They also claim, so the question is, well, anyways, the question is like, if it has been relocated, why the waiver is still needed at all. Finally, the traffic engineer suggests that safety hazard can be mitigated with signage. This approach gloss over the issue. Our traffic engineer has reviewed and concluded that signage alone are not sufficient to mitigate the hazard. The analysis is included in the document and as just shown. Next, I would like to talk about the issue regarding ADA compliance. To be transparent, this is an issue that was brought to light within the last 24 hours. It came with an unexpected twist, so please bear with me. So for context, ADA is a federal regulation that supersedes state and local laws. Part of the ADA sets specific standards for how parking spaces must be designed. This project uses automated parking system with 2 loading bays. For the purpose of this discussion, the 2 loading bays are the focus. Please note that there is a hallway in the exit located between the 2 bays, as shown in both the floor plan and the tentative map. To be compliant, both loading bays must be accessible, and at least one of them must be accessible. This means that there are minimal widths required for the access aisles. The standard one would require 5 feet. The one accessible one would require 8 feet. Here is a screenshot of the page QA1.01 from the plan set, showing the first floor parking layout. I know it's a little bit hard to see, but I highlighted in the green the hallway at the parking wall in green. The design clearly showed that the loading bay are not ADA compliant. The required one access aisle would extend through the wall into the hallway by at least 2 feet, if not more. The standard one overlaps with the wall. When I first saw that, I was like, this doesn't make sense. Why would a licensed professional knowingly design something like this? It turns out that's not the design. The design is actually the blue line highlighted here. It's very difficult to see. So the developer never bothered update any of the plan as they show in the plan set. All of the plan set still shows the hallway, the exit to the building, which means that they are actually incorrect, inconsistent. I built a house in Los Altos as well. When I work with planner, they will catch issues like this routinely. They would say this is inconsistent and incorrect, and I think the technical term is an incomplete submission. An incomplete submission is not qualified to be discussed in design review at all. So the argument here is this has been an error, and the approval hence is not valid. And this thing also matters because it concerns a lot of other issues with the general design, floor area calculation, how exit doors are planned. There are state regulations governing those. I don't know if this is the exact regulation, but it's quoted one regarding commercial building. Last, we're going to talk about city's discretion. So basically what this says is the state law does say city does have discretion if 1, the project is inconsistent with the zoning, 2, inconsistent with the general plan, and 3, the city has to adopt a housing element. All 3 are actually true. There's a 1 exception if the site is specified as a low-income housing in the city's housing element. However, our attorney has pointed out this site is not listed as in the official RHNA inventory as a low-income housing site. What that means is city actually retains discretion, and the city has both the authority and the responsibility to act in order to protect the public interest. So I'll turn that back to Anatole to conclude.
In short, the traffic study is faulty and misleading. In general, traffic studies should take into consideration not each individual building going up, but the compound effect of all possible development on El Camino between Jordan and Distel. The developer misused waivers and is creating safety hazards with regard to obstructed visibility and non-compliance with ADA, as well as inadequate exits from the parking garage. As to the site in question, the staff report suggests the city feels hamstrung by state law that restricts local discretion to deny or condition approval of housing developments, but the circumstances that restrict local discretion do not exist in this case. The property at 4898 El Camino Real is not listed in the city's regional housing needs allocation site inventory list in the current housing element. The letter that Shona Armstrong added yesterday points you to the housing element, shows where the subject property is mentioned, and demonstrates the property is not listed on that site inventory list. As such, if the proposed development is inconsistent with the zoning and general plan land use designation, then pursuant to Government Code Section 65589.5, this city has the discretion to deny or condition the approval. 4898 El Camino Real is located in General Plan Land Use Designation TC, Thoroughfare Commercial. This land use designation contemplates retail, service, and office uses.
Thank you very much. That is the end of your 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Stay put. I had asked that you pass those over there to come up to us. I'm going to ask if my colleagues have any questions for the appellants. Vice Mayor.
I have a question relating to the traffic information that you claim. I don't know if your consultant is here, but presumably as a professional, they'd be familiar with it. What we can, traffic is a big topic, of course, and clearly we can't, we need to focus that a little bit, right? And particularly there's a law, SB 743 was passed in 2013, which very specifically instructs us that as we think about traffic impact of projects, we have to look at vehicle miles traveled. And I didn't see anything in the materials that were shared with us. Did I miss it? Because that's very specific instruction of state law that when we think about traffic, we're supposed to be thinking about VMT. And is that here and I missed it, or?
So our traffic engineers unfortunately cannot make to the meeting today, so he's not here, so I cannot answer.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Have you read the Brian O'Neill letter from Patterson and O'Neill?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I don't know if you can answer this question or if your attorney's here, maybe they can answer the question, but is there any statement of law in the letter that you contend is incorrect?
So again, our attorney.
Make sure you speak into the microphone.
Sorry, our attorney also could not make to the meeting today, so personally, I cannot.
Okay, my next question was going to be, is there any misapplication of the law in the letter to the facts? But I assume it's going to be the same answer. That's a question for your attorney who is not here.
She did have a written response that
I've seen the written response. Okay. For me, this is a very persuasive letter. That's why I wanted to get into the details of it. I've seen the response. I've seen the letter from yesterday, which you put on the screen. I'm not convinced that's an accurate statement of law. That's why I was hoping that she would be here so we could clarify that. But if she's not, and you're not in a position to be able to talk about the law, I'll accept that. Okay. With respect to the Abrams and Associates TIA, I just want to make sure I'm clear. You do not have your own TIA to submit. Is that correct?
We did not have a full traffic report, but he did review the report, and I believe we submitted 3 written documents from him.
Okay, so your traffic engineers' letters then are based upon their analysis of this report and the subsequent submissions by Abrams and Associates.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. I understand that you disagree with many of the conclusions in the report, and I disagree with some of the conclusions as well. But my question is not about the conclusion, the subjective conclusions. My question for you about the report is this. At the time that the report was submitted to the city, was it deficient in terms of anything that a traffic impact analysis is supposed to present when it is submitted to the city? In other words, is there some statute you can point me to that was not complied with by this report? Is there an analysis where the math is wrong? Is there something objective that you can point to me that makes this report deficient?
We believe that we pointed out.
Yes, I'm sorry. There's no queuing analysis. As I understand it, there should be a queuing analysis in one of these reports.
And what's the authority for the queuing analysis?
I believe this is based on the professional opinion by our traffic engineer.
So your engineer believes that there should have been one, but at this time, you're not able to say this code section or that legal case says you have to have a queuing analysis.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, I think those are all the questions that I have for the applicant. Thank you.
Okay. I have a request if we could close the door because there's some drafts coming this direction. Is it possible, or are we overflowing out there? And so, yeah, that would be helpful. Will that help? Yeah, all right. Councilmember Daley, do you have any questions? No, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, so city attorney, yeah.
I know it was in one of the late letters that we received, but it was brought up tonight. So there was a statement that said the proposed project is inconsistent with the current zoning and general plan land use map. So the staff, we've reviewed that. The project complies with both the site's current general plan land use designation, thoroughfare commercial TC, and zoning designation, commercial thoroughfare CT. These are two distinct designations in two separate land use documents. A general plan land use designation expresses the city's long-term policy vision for how an area should be used and developed using broad categories, while a zoning designation implements that vision through specific enforceable regulations that govern permitted uses and development standards on individual parcels. Under California law, zoning must be consistent with the general plan, and the zoning is amended as needed to carry out the general plan's policies. Housing is allowed land use under both designations, CT, TC, and consideration of the project application is a discretionary action. The Planning Commission determined that the project is compatible with the general plan and zoning designations. In addition, the project described in the housing element is illustrative and not a vested entitlement. And differences between that description and the approved project do not create an issue so long as the approval remains consistent with the general plan and does not reduce the housing capacity or feasibility relied upon in the general plan housing element.
Thank you, City Attorney. Which brings up a question I have. There was a claim that this isn't on our RENA. It's been it was approved and had a building permit active for about 2 or 3 years, and then that fell defunct. But I assume this was part of our housing element because it was considered when we put it together. Can you address the truth or not of that? And maybe that's for you, Ms. Williams.
Yes, the building permit was never issued, therefore the units were never allocated to RENA.
But, right, the units were not allocated to RENA, but that site, along with the whole commercial thoroughfare along CT zone, along El Camino, is identified as potential. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. The
Yes.
site was identified in the housing element.
Yes. All right. I would, and there's a number of things like that. We're not going to go through them. We're going to focus on the top line. But it seems like my colleagues are done with their questions for now. And so we're going to give the applicants a similar 10 minutes, hopefully with not a similar presentation snafu. And what was that? Did I hear something? Okay, yes. This is why please turn them to quiet. And so you'll have 10 minutes. And then again, we might have questions for you afterwards. And are you Mr. O'Neill?
Yes, my name is Brian O'Neill. I represent the applicant team.
Thank you for being here, and you're very concise and super letter.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Brian O'Neill. This is an appeal of the Planning Commission's unanimous approval of an 85-unit housing project with 10 units restricted as affordable. You've already been provided some background information about the project, so I'd like to jump right into the appeal points. The project is protected under the state density bonus law, which entitles the applicant to additional density and waivers of city standards. The appellant argues that the applicant must show that these waivers are absolutely necessary and that there is no way to reach the density without them. This exact argument has been rejected by multiple courts, which explain that the density bonus law provides, quote, broad discretion to design projects. Waivers cannot be denied based on the theory that a project redesign could avoid the waivers. The appellant is simply wrong on the law. There are only 3 valid bases to deny a waiver, and none of those exist here. The appellant tries to argue public health and safety impacts, but fall far short of the applicable legal standard, which I'll explain. The project is also protected by the Housing Accountability Act. This applies to a project regardless of whether it's on a housing element site or not. It applies to all housing projects, which mandates approval of code-compliant projects unless the project will cause a, quote, significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards. This is a very high threshold. The appellant raises general concerns about traffic safety. A traffic engineer and city staff have studied the project and concluded it is safe. But regardless, these speculative accusations are not tethered to any specific objective health and safety violations and are insufficient to support denial of the waivers or the project. The appellant also tries to argue that the project is not code compliant based on the density bonus and the waivers, which again is clearly wrong. The HAA plainly states that density bonus waivers, quote, shall not constitute a valid basis to find a project inconsistent with city standards. Regarding CEQA, this project meets all the requirements for a Class 32 infill housing exemption. The appeal argues that the project does not qualify based on purported code inconsistencies, which again is incorrect because under the density bonus law and the HAA, it is deemed consistent with code standards. The appeal also alleges traffic impacts, but fails to address the legally correct standard for measuring impacts under CEQA. As a council member acknowledged, 6 years ago, the legislature eliminated LOS to evaluate traffic impacts, which measures existing levels of traffic. And I want to speak a little bit about why LOS was eliminated by the legislature. If you build housing anywhere, future residents will still go to Target, they're still going to go to Whole Foods, they're still going to go to schools. But when you build housing right next to those amenities, residents don't need to get into their car to reach them. So you end up with less cars on the road than if you were to build housing farther away in less congested areas. Measuring traffic by LOS discourages housing within infill areas, leading to sprawl that generates more traffic, not less. That is why the law switched to vehicle miles traveled, which measures how many new miles will actually be put on the road. And under a VMT analysis, the project has less than significant impacts. The city's quarter-century-old circulation element of the general plan still requires an LOS study. And the results of that study demonstrate that minimal increases in traffic will occur from this project. But regardless, LOS is not a valid reason to deny the CEQA exemption, and there are no LOS standards that would legally justify denial of the project. And finally, the appeal argues that a tall building is an unusual circumstance, another argument that has been rejected by courts, but is also simply untrue, as the scale of the proposed project is not unusual and similar to nearby buildings, including across the street. And I believe we have some other members of the applicant team who are going to speak.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Meadows. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak here. My name is Navneet Aaron. I'm a Los Altos resident, and my company, Aaron Developers, is the developer of this project. I will just quickly take a moment to address a couple of things which I just want to highlight. A lot of the times it's been said that sidewalks are not there. We are actually planning to, you can see the existing condition on the on Jordan right now, and what we expect it to be after the project is completed. A lot of these details are typically fleshed out, and we're always looking to improve our projects and however we can during the building permit process, and we will certainly continue to improve the project always across all our projects. Another thing I wanted to highlight, which has been talked quite a bit, is essentially when we did get the entitlements on November 6th, our team started thinking. We have a team of consultants. We are thinking ahead, and this is just a preview of some of the stuff which will come in the CD stage later on. But we believe that the transformer, instead of, our engineering team has found that instead of 2 transformers, there'll be only 1, and based on its size and location, there will be no impact to the vision triangle that you can see there in the highlighted section there as well. So with that, I would like to invite Mr. Steve Abrams from Abrams Associate to talk about the traffic.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Abrams with Abrams Associates Traffic Engineering. We've been in business for 40 years. I've had my professional license for over 30 years. We worked closely with the city to prepare the traffic study. The scope of work was developed in coordination with the staff, and we responded to multiple rounds of revisions. It was a several-month process before the report was actually ready to be released by staff. The city requires the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual to be used, and I want you to be comfortable with this because the surveys for the mid-rise apartment category are based on surveys of over 180 other similar apartment complexes. That's how the rates are developed. And the rates can be adjusted based on a couple things. One's the size of the units. In this case, the units are all 2 bedrooms or less, average about 800 square feet. When there's 3 and 4 bedroom units, sometimes we increase the rates, but that's not the case here. And in fact, more importantly, as you might expect, the trip rates are directly affected by the walkability and the number of residential services that can be walked to. Within less than a quarter mile of this site, actually less than 1,500 feet, there's a Safeway, a CVS, a Walmart, a Target, Trader Joe's, 24-hour fitness, lots of restaurants, schools, obviously many jobs and employers. And there's actually a Whole Foods market just 1 block from the site, which would probably be a problem for me. But I'll be honest, it's not out of the question that the trip generation for this project is actually less than we forecast because of the walkability of this site is above average for sure, all the residential services that are available. The queues can sometimes reach the project driveway. You've heard a lot about this. There is no standards for queuing and no requirement for a queuing analysis, but we did analyze it. There's just not a detailed write-up. The technical appendix includes the queuing forecasts for all intersections, for all scenarios, which the staff had and reviewed. And where queuing is typically a problem is if it backs up into another signalized intersection. That can be a problem. That's not the case here. And in addition, it already backs up past the Jack-in-the-Box driveway, which is actually closer to the intersection, and that can be addressed with keep clear markings to make it easier to turn in and out of driveways, but that hasn't been done for Jack-in-the-Box yet. You'll hear comments about the peak queuing conditions, and it's important to note that those only occur for about 20 minutes, really before and after school, and that the city's general plan standards for intersection are based on the overall worst peak hour of traffic, not the highest 15 or 20 minute period that can occur. And on average, it's not extending back as far as been pointed out. This is especially important for roadways like Jordan Avenue that are affected by school traffic because for good reasons, the city does not mandate widening roads or installing new traffic signals to accommodate the peak 20 minutes of congestion that can occur. It's supposed to be based on an hour-long period. I've responded to the other questions in writing, and I'll be happy to answer questions if you have them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. 3 whole seconds to spare. All right, so bring it back to colleagues, and do we have questions for the applicant? No. Thank you for a well-organized presentation. So with that, we're going to open up to public comments. Do you have any number associated with your speaker cards there?
I have 8 speaker cards, unless there's any floating out there that haven't come in yet, but I have 8 in my hand.
So please don't wait till the last minute. So this is sort of your last call. I request that you please get any speaker cards. On the basis of 8, we're going to give 2 minutes.
The first speaker is Thomas Chapman, followed by Anna Shmelev. And it would be helpful when we call your name behind the speaker to start lining up so that we can keep it going.
Hi. So I don't have much vested interest in this. I don't live near it or anything, but it seems to me that this is a situation of just because it could be approved doesn't mean it should. Los Altos is a low-density town. We all know it's a low-density town. It's always been low-density. The gentleman talks about the apartments across the street, but across the street is Mountain View. It's not Los Altos. We have a different set of character. We have a different design element. It's a different community. It's not Mountain View. It's why we don't have the San Antonio development in Los Altos. It's a low-density town. So I don't know. It just seems when I first saw that it was 8 stories, I thought it was a joke. I thought it was maybe 3 underground and then 5 above ground, and I saw that it was 8 above ground. It would be scope creep to approve something like this, because then what's to stop it from going the next street over and the next street over and the next street over, and then the community that these people moved into for the low-density nature of it, as opposed to moving to San Francisco or San Jose, which is high density. They moved here for the low-density nature of it, and then now we're starting to have high density, which kind of defeats the main purpose of why they moved to this community to begin with. We're not Mountain View, we're not the other cities, we're Los Altos, and we're a low-density town. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman, and you illustrate the point that I forgot to say, which is you don't have to take your full 2 minutes, and you can also say, I agree with what so-and-so just said. So feel free to take your 2 minutes, but also not to.
The next speaker is Anna Shmelev, and the speaker after that will be Alan Lowe.
Hi, good evening. So I don't actually have any views pro or anti this building, really, but I do have some concerns about the safety, or rather like the congestion that will come with the construction of it, just because the construction of the building on the other block right next to Jack in the Box has led to a lot of the big trucks being piled up like right in front of the driveways to a whole bunch of like stores, C's Candies, for example. That's where I work. The driveway is always closed up, at least the last couple of, like, the last month, because of these big trucks. So that's my first concern. The second one is that I saw on the plans that the entrance faces Jordan Avenue. I don't know if this is the best for traffic. In my opinion, I think most or all of the buildings along El Camino should have their entrances face El Camino, so that it, especially because it's on a U-turn available intersection. So you can get in from either side if it were to face El Camino, which is what I suggest. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Alan Lowe, followed by, I believe it's Han, H-A-N.
Dear council members, my name is Alan Lowe. The developer at 4898 El Camino would have us believe that opponents of this project are simply acting in their self-interest to protect their property values. I live on East Portola, near San Antonio, and I have, and because of the distance to the site, I have no reason for any change to my property values. From the opponents of this project, I have never heard this being discussed, their property values. What I do see from where I live is the amount of traffic twice every school day. Egan traffic before Bullis was obviously older school kids biking, scootering, walking. When the Bullis Charter School was built, they added much younger children with cars waiting and parking on my street and blocking the road, apparently because Bullis was approved with no parking requirement. To excuse this as an unintended consequence, I think, pardon me, as an unintended consequence would have to claim a considerable amount of naivety. That naivety seems to extend to approvals for Whole Foods and the Alton condos, whose navigation path to downtown or Interstate 280 also goes through the Jordan Avenue East Portola roads. Now it seems that we are going to extend the same naivety no longer incrementally, but in a grand scale with an 85 unit apartment at 4898 El Camino. When we do have the inevitable tragedy of distracted school kids and cars, we will employ our respectful and blameless police department to inform parents.
Thank you very much. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
The next speaker is Han, followed by Walter.
Hi, council member. I am Han. I am against the tentative map, so I am supporting the appeal. First of all, planning decision didn't really consider the granular configuration of the driveway across this development, which is the Jack in the Box, which exactly created the driveway face to face with this proposed driveway. And we always look at each individual plan. We don't look at a holistic plan of this Jordan Avenue. If everybody just pulling traffic at the same time, which is gonna be the case, it's gonna be such a big problem. So the second is the waiver. The transformer fence is really something really terrible. In that case, that waiver itself is not necessary. And another thing is traffic report that should be done by credible people. I'm not saying those are not exactly. Mainly the thing is there are some factual inaccurate calculation on those traffic report. Especially when I directly talk to Hectagon, they are a reputable traffic engineering firm. They were led to believe that they would be hired, so they actually ask us to they care about this conflict of interest. They don't want to take the community to do their case, and essentially this developer also still hired Abrams Associates. Their reports still have some issues. I want to call out the queuing is the case that traffic blocks beyond marriage. There is a picture on that, and that marriage is exactly the next intersection as the criteria this person this traffic engineer just mentioned. So that's qualified for a queuing analysis. So another thing is I respectfully ask council to approve this appeal so that planning commission and
Thank you.
Commission can take a look.
Your time is up. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Walter, followed by Jingshin.
I'm Walter. Thank you very much. I pretty much want to say that I live on Jordan Avenue, and what I see is, that's great that it gets congested when school is coming and going, but think about the 80 units that are going to generate 80 cars. They're going to walk to Safeway and they're going to walk to all these, but they're going to drive to work and they're going to drive home. And so Jordan Avenue is going to become very crowded because people cut down from 280 to Stevens Foothill Expressway, and then they come down Los Altos Avenue and they make a right on Jordan and they take Jordan down to El Camino to go to 237, to go to Foothill Express, to go to the south that way. So those things need to be considered because it's going to be a traffic jam there, whether you like it or not. And kids ride up and down that street on their bike. I see them coming through the cut through in the back. They're going to school, they're going home, they're walking it. You're going to get a lot more kids coming out of Mountain View to go down that street. And I think that's the big thing to be considered is the traffic and the congestion it's going to cause for the people that not only use the street, but live on the street. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Jingshin, followed by Kate Farmer.
Hi, everyone. I want to address a serious record issue here. On November 7th, the applicant told the Planning Commission that they plan to keep the property long-term. Just 9 days later, on November 16th, this project was listed for sale on LoopNet. This matters because the commission approved the project based on promises about ongoing future operations, like parking, loading, and building management. But once this project is sold, none of those promises apply to the next owner. So those approvals are based on statements that disappear after a resale. The city should not approve an unsafe project based on promises that are not binding. This project must meet clear safety rules by design, not by trust. We ask council to grant the appeal and require redesign before these entitlements move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Kate Farmer, followed by the last card, Dean Shetty.
As a resident of Los Altos, I support the appeal against this development. At 8 stories high, highest in Los Altos, the only 95 parking spaces for 85 units. This building will create massive impact to our neighborhood. It will cause significant traffic congestion and risk our children's safety during school community in the area. My son was hit by a car after school once at Jordan Portola Conjunction. How many other kids have been hurt walking or biking to school due to heavy traffic? We need our children feel safe going to school. We need our council members and developers to protect our children's safety. With this development, these streets are going to be jammed with cars and commuters. It is neither practical nor safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're getting some more cards. The next speaker is Dean Shetty, followed by Ethan.
Okay, and these are the last speakers then, because I've given a couple of last calls. This is the last call. All right, so.
Respectable Councilman, I'm Dean Shetty. We are 20-year residents on the plot next to 4898. And we are definitely concerned about this 8th floor monstrosity we have to live in the shadow of in the future. This was an aspirational home for us to buy in Los Altos, along with my wife, who was an ex-teacher at the Los Altos Elementary School. I won't repeat the safety concerns we have, but I know that I had to escort my kids even 7-8 years back because Jordan is a very busy street and we're concerned about the number of buildings coming up here. Also, this is not the first time that this has been approved. This particular site has been approved for a building, and there's been a difference, big disconnect between planning approvals and execution. The plot stayed empty. It turned into a place of blight through 2001 and 2005, and we have concerns that this is going to happen again because it's, as you know, looks like it's another land trade that is taking place because it's already listed for sale as an approved tallest building in Los Altos. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Ethan, followed by Sarah.
Hello, Council. I'd just like to note that I travel 68 miles every day to get to work here in Los Altos. So, we need more housing. Part of the reason why this community is so great is all the tech that goes on around this area. And I don't know if it's been pointed out, but the way that the developer is looking to build this project is using this building system called Livio Building Systems. And it will significantly reduce the construction time and the construction noise. Not only that, but it will also, hopefully, this will be one of many panelized buildings, and I think that will, be a major employer in the next 20 years, increasing the property values for the rest of the community. So with that, I would like to, see this project go and where we can, work closer and live closer to where we work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Sarah, followed by Puneet.
Hi. So I'm a resident of Los Altos at the corner of East Portola and Jordan. So we are essentially sitting at the traffic that's already happening. In the vicinity of this new proposed plan to build an 8-story multi-housing building on that intersection of El Camino and Jordan. So I'm requesting to pause this development and redo the design due to the safety concerns of having this dense housing on Jordan and adding to an already dense neighborhood. This is a route to 3 schools, Egan, Bolis, Los Altos High, with many bikers, walkers, and especially the high traffic area. It seems like the developer is trying to maximize the return of investment by undermining some of the details and using all the recent dense housing rules that's being approved in California. It seems to be sort of a not in my backyard type of a problem, so neighbors need to deal with the impact of this high building in the vicinity of their houses. So again, request to pause, redo the design, and make something that is more representative of Los Altos. There's no 8-story building in Los Altos. The highest I can see around is 5 stories. So I just want the council and members to really think through and make housing, make affordable housing, but just make it more in line with what Los Altos character is, and also not undermining impact to immediate neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Puneet, followed by Martin.
Hello everyone. I would like to speak in favor of this project. So we as family relocated from Singapore 2 years back and made Los Altos our house. We are here right now staying at rent. We have 2 boys going to public schools here. We have been struggling to find a good house that we can call ours. And I definitely believe we need more housing options in the area. And based on all the approvals that I have read about, looks like it's a well thought through project, providing more options beyond just the independent house. So I'm very much in favor of this project moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Martin, followed by Vahid.
Good evening. I've been a resident of Los Altos for 85 years in Jordan Avenue, back when it was Route 151. I've seen a lot of changes, prune orchards left and right, but my concern is traffic and safety. People, the egress to Jordan Avenue, both from the 85 unit and the other 33 units, were going into Jordan. People forget that there is a 4-way stoplight 50 yards from the entry yard. People going from their apartment will enter Jordan and stop the stoplight. Now there's going to be big congestion, people coming from the apartments to try to even get on Jordan. There's sidewalks on only one side of Jordan. The other side is no sidewalks at all, just dirt. I've seen people coming from Mountain View High, from going to Egan Elementary, riding their bikes, walking. And I see that as a safety, because when they ride their bikes, they tend to swerve off the road with no sidewalks. And I see a big concern for safety for people going to school, to Egan, and to Los Altos High School.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Vahid, followed by Imtisham.
Yes, hi Mayor and hi Councilors. I live in Jordan, 865 Jordan Avenue, and I think none of you guys have been in Jordan at the morning and see how the traffic is, even without this building. I live over there, I see. Sean was the planner for my property. I remember one time Sean came over there. He went and parked his car way far from my house, and he was saying, and he walked, let's say, 2 minutes to come to my house, and he was saying, oh, there was no place to park here. That's the fact over there. I live over there. My daughter goes to school. If you come at the morning, the street is so dangerous that you barely let your daughter walk over there. I go biking with my daughter. Always when we are in Jordan, I ask her, carry your bike, let's go to the other side, and then we walk over there. So my suggestion is, all of you guys, planner, and all department, one morning 7:30. Let's go over there and look at the traffic even without this new building. I really surprised how the traffic engineers already reviewed this one and they don't see it. I'm sure none of them came to that street ever, because if you come at the morning, you will easily see. Now you consider, Mayor, if we have 85 new car over there, what happened? So my suggestion is we should have a unbiased person to look at the traffic and evaluate. We as a public doesn't have the resources that the builder has. They have, look at the presentation quality. We even didn't have our attorney here. So we cannot compare the resources they have. So, but honestly, if somebody unbiasedly come and look at the traffic and other things, they can easily see that this not is a problem.
Thank you very much.
The last.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
The next speaker is Imtisham.
Hi, my name is Ihtisham Chaudhary, and I have been living in Los Altos for the last 12 years, and we love the wonderful city that we live in here. But for this project, one thing that we have felt the time that we have lived is that, as our colleague Ethan spoke a little while ago, is that our community does not really offer a lot of options for affordable housing. And that goes against the motto of our city, which is the sustainable, vibrant, and inclusive community. So this project does present an opportunity for that. Of course, it's very valid concerns raised by the residents who are living close by. But if those are addressed by the reports that we have seen, then this project seems to make a lot of sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I think that's the end of the public comment period. Don't have any more speaker cards. So, so I'm going to, are you?
No, I'm.
Okay. There's heads bobbing over there, so I wasn't sure what that was. Okay, so we're going to then give the appellant 5 minutes of time. If you would care to come up, you've heard all the public comments. You have 5 minutes amongst you.
Can I ask a logistic question first?
No, you have 5 minutes to tell us what you want to after having heard the public comment.
Okay.
I mean, so, and we're not going to hook up for another presentation, so.
So 4 minutes, let's assume the.
5 minutes.
Okay, assume the city indeed does not have discretion. What we want to discuss is that what we are here to discuss today is what the plan was submitted in November. It's not what it could be revised to. So again, going back to the transformer and the fence, compliance would require, I quote, compliance will require the fence height reduce the fence height exposing the equipment to public view, or redesign the layout. Please note that the condition here is an or, not an and, meaning that if either of them is invalid, the entire argument is invalid. Now, first, the appearance has no bearing. Alternative design would be simply lower the fence, which will be zoning compliant and require no waiver. The developer knows this, and this basically means that their waiver cannot hold water. So this is what they did today. They simply, I don't know if you noticed that, they simply removed the other transformer from the plan without any complementing engineering document. Furthermore, any revision to the plan should be reviewed by the Planning Commission, not by by City Council. And the revision is not what we are discussing today. Also, the revision has not gone through any public comment. We argue that the revision and redesign not be considered today. Lastly, if I'm correct, that if we conditionally approve the plan, that's also, assuming city does not have discretion, that's also against the law. The law basically said if city does not have discretion, you have to approve, and you cannot conditionally approve either. Had we conditionally approved in November, that would means the city violated law, assuming that city does not have this question. So, lastly, I would request that the developer responds to our comments, and maybe planner can respond to our comment regarding the incomplete submission argument, which I believe city has expertise. And if we have some extra time, if developers argue back against us on the ADA and the incomplete submission, we would like to respond, but I understand that if we cannot, that's okay as well. Anything else?
Yeah, just a few points quickly. So first off, there was a mention of the developer using this Livio system to construct the building. Just wanted to point out the developer has no experience with anything larger than an ADU or a townhome in Los Altos. So building an 8-story building is indeed a safety concern by an inexperienced individual. Also, going back to the traffic situation, so Abrams, of course, acknowledged the various errors that he made in his report in his response to our comments. But I also wanted to point out about the sidewalks. In his original report, Mr. Abrams said that the sidewalks in the area are adequate. There's no sidewalk across the street. It ends at Jack in the Box, and then it continues on at Los Altos Court. It goes another few hundred feet, and it ends. On this side of the street, on the side that the building is supposed to be built on, it ends maybe about 500 feet up. And then there's no sidewalk. Everybody's out in the middle of the street because the shoulders are muddy during the rain, and so everybody walks in the middle of the street. It's dangerous for children and for everybody else, especially the children going to school. So this is something to keep in mind. Where are the people who are going to live in this new building going to stroll? Are they just going to stroll on that little bit of sidewalk in front of the building, or maybe on noisy, loud El Camino? No. They want to stroll up Jordan, so it's going to be additional people coming through there. And then the more buildings that are built in that area, the more people who you're going to find who are unable to stroll anywhere, and it turns into a ghetto, basically. This is the concern. You're going to have a lot of big buildings up there, 9-story buildings now they're going to allow beginning in July. Where are all those people going to walk? Are they just going to sit at home? No. And who goes out to groceries on foot? Nobody does. Everybody takes their car. Well, okay, one person. I'm glad to hear that. But my wife, for example, we live, 600-700 feet from Whole Foods. She takes the car because she can't carry a heavy bag. So this is a situation for a lot of people. And they're going to take their car to get to Target. They're going to take their car to get their groceries at Safeway. There's just no way around it. Thanks.
Well, you have 10 seconds, and you're going to take 2 to get up there. Do you want to use your last 10? No. Sir, your public comment is done. We close public comment. This is the appellant's time. Do my colleagues have any questions of appellant after this? No. Okay. And then the applicant, you get 5 minutes as well.
Thank you, council members. I'll address a few of the points that were raised. We didn't address ADA compliance and the argument that the plans are incomplete. These are planning level documents for the entitlement. So those are, once you go through the building permit phase, that's when ADA compliance is confirmed through that building permit phase and more structural level drawings. There were a few comments about parking. I will note that under state law, this project is within half a mile of a major transit stop. And actually, you can't require any parking, and this provides 95 parking spots, so way above what would be required under state law. And there's a lot of comments about generally, well, we need to think about how our town builds housing and where it's located and the traffic. And that's the study that you go through during the housing element process, during the general plan process, to identify where housing is going to be built, not on a project-by-project basis. So individual developers have to, prove each point. That process goes through the housing element, where the whole community can determine where the best areas for housing are. And the town has decided that El Camino, close to a major transit stop, that's where you want to build housing. And that's where this project is going to provide a significant amount of housing, including a significant amount of affordable housing. And I believe we have the project architect who wants to say something.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to follow up on some of the comments made by the appellant. First of all, the big one, the transformer with the fence. The waiver is so that the fence can be closer to the sidewalk, so that it doesn't have to be pushed back into the building, therefore eating into the building for all of the floors above, which reduces, square footage, saleability, density. There's lots of ways to safely take care of the site there. We do buildings where you're pulling out of a garage with zero visibility right onto a public sidewalk that have signals, sounds, lighting. We talked about that at the Planning Commission as an opportunity that could be done there. So there's many ways to handle that safety issue if indeed we didn't move the transformer. The transformer location that was pointed out by the appellant as an alternate looks like a great spot. It's in an easement that's owned by the neighboring property. There's an access easement there. We cannot plant a transformer on there, and PG&E will not service a transformer in that place. They want their trucks to be able to park next to them, turn around, back up, do all of the various movements. So that's not a viable option, unfortunately. We wish it was. As far as the ADA goes and the exiting doors, of course, the building will be 100% code compliant. It'll never get permitted and built otherwise. As the appellant noted, there was a misreading of where that space was on the plan. There is a van accessible location for that lift system. The exiting doors, as they mentioned, the building fully meets the California Building Code for exiting and life safety. I know there was a mention of it's too tall for a fire truck. This is a high-rise building. They fight fires in a completely different way. It will 100% meet the California Fire Code. Waivers and deviations from standards do not require a change in zoning or put you out of the zoning compliance. They're there for that reason. The property does not need to be on a housing element site to be subject to state density bonus law. It can be on any site. And as long as there's affordable housing included in it, it's subject to state density bonus law. The city has affordable housing requirements that we're meeting. Level of service does not apply, as the traffic engineers have talked about. And again, we're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you want to use the last 50 seconds, 50?
I'll just take an opportunity. Thank
All
you so
right.
much. I wanted to just address in terms of construction with using Livio Building System Disclosure. Livio is my company. However, we make product. We work with licensed, qualified general contractors. I've already been talking to some of the best GCs who operate in the Bay Area, specifically in the Los Altos area. In terms of a lot of the details that have been asked, there are CD level, construction drawing level details that we will absolutely be working with the city closely, and like Jeff pointed out, we will make sure it is right. I would like to end with saying I'm proud to live in Los Altos. I'm proud to have done a lot of work in Los Altos. Our project reflects Los Altos' commitment to sustainable, inclusive, and innovative growth. We are placing housing where the transit services and jobs are in Silicon Valley.
Thank you
Thank you so
very
much for the
much.
opportunity.
Appreciate it. And do my colleagues have any questions on this last 5 minutes from applicant? No? Okay. Do you have a question? It looks like there's something there.
I have a question, actually. I think it's for the city attorney.
Okay, yes. Let's do that because we're going to bring it back to council at this point anyway. So go right ahead.
So I don't think that the appellants use these words, but there's been talk about how this project has changed, and what's before the council tonight is not what was before the Planning Commission in November, and I'm not sure that that's true, but is there any change in circumstances with respect to the plans that in any way have changed it such that it has to go back for public review?
No, because I was looking at the conditions of approval, and it would have to be a substantial change to go back.
And what constitutes a substantial change?
Height, footprint, something that would be, change the design.
Not a
Okay.
fence.
Yes, not the fence.
Okay, thank you.
Well, revisions to the approved plans. This is actually after you're approved, yeah?
Yeah, condition number 3.
3.
Yeah, revisions to approved project, minor revisions to the approved plans which are found to be in substantial compliance with the approved plans may be approved administratively by the Development Services Director. which potentially could be inclusive of a fence modification, though that's not part of the formal application that's before you today.
And that's standard practice, is it not, Mr. Gallegos?
Yes.
Yes.
Unless it adds additional square footage to the building, then it'll trigger an actual modification to design review application, and that's not being proposed today.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so with that, I'm closing the public hearing, and we're going to bring the discussion to council. Just as a reminder where we are now, we're going to discuss amongst ourselves, and then I want us to get through that, and I think we can, and then we'll probably take a break after this before we go to number 8, which is the tentative map. I'll address that when we get there. But so would any of my colleagues like to start on this discussion?
First, I want to thank everybody for engaging in this process. Change and growth can be discomforting, and I don't think anybody could rationally say that adding additional residents isn't going to add additional traffic on our streets. We are, however, obligated under state law and through a contract with the state to accommodate about a 20% increase in our population in our city. And rightfully so. That's ethically appropriate because the housing crisis is a regional crisis, and we owe it to the region to be part of the solution, particularly because we were part of the problem to begin with. And so we're faced with a decision tonight, and the decision isn't actually very tough for me because frankly, I don't think that the appellants have met a burden of proof for anything that is actionable. We have constraints imposed by state law, and frankly, I support the state housing law, and I support efforts to put roofs over people's heads. And I think it's probably unreasonable to assume that you're going to move into the heart of Silicon Valley and you're going to be insulated from the growth that is associated with Silicon Valley, particularly if you live close to El Camino. Across the street, there's a 10-story building, and we will continue to have growth. And I'm sympathetic to the traffic concerns because I've raised 2 kids in this town, and I have been there on Jordan in the morning at 7:30 to see what it's like. And it's similar to a couple of other places in town that suffer very substantial congestion around drop-off time. Of course, we have other efforts to try and address those issues. I think over time, everybody wants to see our society become less dependent on cars, or at least many people do. That appears to be the consensus. And so we have a Complete Streets Commission that works on circulation plans, that works on issues like traffic calming, that analyzes the traffic situations around town as best as possible to try and mitigate the burden on residents and also to try and create the safest possible conditions, particularly safe routes to school for our kids. So that's sort of the lay of the land right here. And for that reason, for those reasons, chiefly because the appellants haven't met a burden of proof required to uphold their appeal, I am unlikely, unless I'm persuaded otherwise by what I hear from my colleagues, I'm unlikely to vote to uphold the appeal.
Thank you, council member. Who would like to go next?
Thank you, Mayor. Like my colleague, it is my intention to vote to deny the appeal pending a compelling argument made by my other colleagues, but I will spend a few minutes explaining why that is. The first speaker, member of the public that spoke, I think was Mr. Chapman, and you ended your comments by saying, we're a low-density town, let's exercise our discretion and not allow ourselves to become Mountain View. But that's really the crux of the problem. My understanding is that we don't have discretion to deny this project. And that's a matter of law. It's not a matter of good public policy. It's not a matter of what this project is going to do to the lives of the neighbors. I was really disappointed that the appellant's attorney was not here tonight. I found Mr. O'Neill's letter extremely compelling, and full disclosure, I'm the attorney up here, so I'm posed to be persuaded by legal arguments. And I think that the arguments that have been put forward by Mr. O'Neill are more accurate and more compelling than the arguments that I have seen from your counsel in opposition. But I was hoping to be able to engage with that attorney to really be able to tease some things out, because I'm open to the idea that maybe I'm misunderstanding what she has to say, and she may have other insights into what I found compelling, that maybe she could persuade me I should not. Those are arguments that I shouldn't buy. But she's not here tonight, so I can only go with my own research and understanding of the legal arguments. And I have done legal research. I dare say that I have spent a lot more time on the legal letters than any of my colleagues, because I have LexisNexis, I have legal assistants, and I'm diving into the nitty-gritty of the law because that's what I do. It speaks to me. So that again, that's a long-winded way of me saying that my understanding of the law is that there is no discretion to deny the project because of the serious effects that it is going to have on the neighborhood. There's been talk of the TIA. I think one of the public commenters and emails we've had said, well, we have to look at this holistically. What about all the other development along El Camino Real? Section 5.5 of the TIA is a cumulative traffic operation analysis. And that section does talk about 4896 El Camino, the Jack in the Box project. I think it also talks about 5150 El Camino Real just down the road. So that analysis is there. And that's why it really would have helped if you had your own TIA that was full and complete, that I could compare with the one that was prepared by Abrams. As it stands, what I have in front of me is a fully completed TIA that appears to be code compliant, and I have the experts. I have an expert's opinion from another qualified traffic engineer that disagrees with the conclusions. Well, yes, the applicant's analysis is going to be biased in favor of what they want, but you know what? The appellant's expert is also going to say what the appellants want to argue. So I have conflicting experts, and what do you do when there's conflicting experts? If I can't decide that one is more persuasive than the other, tie goes to the runner. I think it's the appellants that have the burden of proof, and the appellants have not convinced me that their expert's opinion of the data that was collected and analyzed first by Abrams is wrong. There are different conclusions, and reasonable people, reasonable experts in good faith can reach different conclusions. But I don't believe that the TIA is deficient, and because I cannot dismiss the findings and conclusions in the TIA, I can't say that this is a defective document and doesn't support the project. In terms of CEQA, I think that the CEQA analysis, the exemption applies. I don't find the arguments that CEQA, that this project was exempt from CEQA is true. And in other words, I believe that the city is correct, that this project is exempt from CEQA. I don't think a compelling argument has been made to the contrary. There's been some talk today about Hexagon, and well, and Hexagon is a company that I'm familiar with, that we've seen a lot of their work before. There's been some I think insinuation that, well, there was a Hexagon report, but where is it? If they didn't want to, if the applicant didn't want to use it, then it must say things that are harmful to them. I think that's what I'm hearing. There's absolutely no evidence of that, though. So Hexagon was engaged or contacted by the applicant. The applicant's allowed to do that. Even if that supposition is correct, it doesn't matter. That's not a part of the record in front of me. I don't think that we can look at Hexagon and say the absence of a hexagon report gives us cause to be able to send this back to the Planning Commission. With respect to traffic, I believe every single concern that has been expressed tonight by the community is true. I think that this project and the project across the street are going to create worse traffic problems. I think that it is going to make the neighborhood more dangerous. I think that it is a serious and significant problem. I accept all of that. No one here tonight has said or theorized that this is going to be so bad and there's nothing that can be done to mitigate these problems. I think that there are mitigation efforts that can be taken. And I suspect that my colleagues will join me in instructing staff to take a very close, hard look at this. We want to mitigate this. Let's restripe. Let's have different traffic controls. Let's really put some time and energy into this. Whenever there is a major change on our roads, I think that should happen. I think my colleagues agree with me. And frankly, I think staff would already be in front of us doing that. Are those mitigation efforts going to return things to the status quo? No. There's going to be more traffic. There's going to be more people. There are going to be more crashes. There are, unfortunately, going to be more injuries. But that alone, in and of itself, does not give us the basis to deny this project. A lot of the arguments that the applicants have made, everyone is going to take their cars to go shopping. What about all these people who are going to be driving to work? It's ridiculous to think that they're going to be taking the bus, even though this is on a major transit corridor. I think that there's merit to that, but the problem is this. Those arguments can be used for any high-density project that's being built where there was lower density or a smaller project in the past. And not only that, but those arguments have been used. We as a city, we as a community are caught up in an unfortunate truth. And that is that California has underdeveloped for the last 50 to 60 years. Cities, counties had local control, and the arguments that were brought forth by the appellants today, which are correct and true arguments, the cumulative effect of those arguments being made up and down the state of California is that we have a housing crisis. We don't have enough housing at any level. What has the state of California done? The state has imposed mandates on us. They've taken away local control by and large. You can ask the policy question of whether or not that's good policy or bad policy, but the real question is, does Sacramento have the right to impose these mandates upon us? And I think that, yes, Sacramento does have the right to do that. So whether or not we as a community like these constraints, we have to work within these constraints. Now, I have had people tell me, look, developers are in the business of building. They're not in the business of going to court. Just deny every development that you don't like and force the developer to sue you. Dare the developer to sue you. That, in my opinion, is not what a government should be doing. So even though there's a lot about this project that I really don't like, there's some things about the project I do like, but there's a lot I don't like about it. I'm not going to say because it's going to impose all these terrible things on our community, I'm going to force the developer to sue us and see whether or not they can afford to litigate with us to the very end. And if we lose, but we're going to fight the good fight. That's not good government. Good government is supposed to follow the law, follow the processes. We're looking at the tentative map again tonight because we fell short in following the process. I think that it's incumbent on the city to follow the process. Whether or not the property is going to be sold by the developer tomorrow, contrary to what they were told, they told the Planning Commission in November, I think is neither here nor there. I am very concerned about the proposed building method that the developer proposes to use, but I don't think that there's any basis to use that as an excuse to deny or to uphold the appeal. The ADA issues have already been addressed, and I think that almost finished there, but there are a couple of things that I do want to address. To the appellants, I think that you are serious people. I think that you have serious concerns. when you start your presentation by labeling this project Cancer Tower, you are undermining your credibility. It's a cute name, and I understand why you did that. But 2 years from now, when I think back on tonight, I'm going to remember, oh yeah, the appellants, they call that thing cancer. I'm not going to remember the real important arguments that you made. You're not helping yourself if you want to appeal this council decision, assuming that it does deny the appeal. You're not helping yourself by building a record that portrays you as serious with legitimate concerns. It's not useful. I also want to say to Mr. O'Neill, your letter was very well written. As a fellow attorney who writes these sorts of things, I was impressed by it greatly. But there were several places where you got a little snide. I would caution you that your audience is not a judge sitting somewhere who's never going to have any involvement with this community. The people that you heard tonight come and speak, the appellants, members of the public, who by and large were against the project, this is our community. These are our neighbors. These are our constituents. And it is my expectation that if you come back in front of the council, that you will remember that and make sure that every statement you have when you refer to these people, to any people, it's done so with respect and with an understanding that we are their advocates. And these people matter to us, and we are a part of their community. To the developer, I want to say, we see you. Okay, you put together renderings that show what the development is going to look like against the larger developments across Foothill. That's a nice flowery picture, but nobody cares about that. What is it going to look like with the one-story houses that are right behind it? That would give a true and accurate representation of what this building is going to look like and how it is going to affect the community. Talking about how, oh, I'm putting in 95 parking spaces. I didn't have to do that. You're putting in the 95 parking spaces in order to make this a marketable project. You're not doing it as a benefit to the community. Frankly, it comes across as insulting to pretend that it's anything other. Look, I want more housing in Los Altos. I especially want the below market rate housing, but I want it at all levels. You're not going to develop, no one's going to develop property outside of a nonprofit, which you're not. No one's going to develop unless you're going to make a profit. So I don't expect you to come together and present something that doesn't pencil out. And maybe there's a certain step you have to get to because of the construction. I mean, I could suppose a whole lot of circumstances why we're here tonight, one of which is that you're ready to move forward with a project. It doesn't matter. But what does matter is being honest with the community. There's nothing wrong with you saying, this is what I need to do in order to make a profit on this project. Everyone understands that. Everyone is, well, not everyone, but really, reasonable minds are going to respect that truth. And your development is going to impose some very significant negative detriments to this community. And Mr. O'Brien, I hope that you'll remember that too the next time you write a letter like this. Even though traffic problems and height, even though that those are not issues that this council has discretion to consider tonight, those are very real detriments. And I hope that all the developers that come to our community and their advocates keep in mind that there are consequences and the consequences that are negative that the community is going to have to suffer. I'm sorry, sir, time for public comment is over. I think that has all that I have to say, so with that, I'll turn it back over to the Mayor.
Vice Mayor, do you want to go?
Thank you. Well, it's tough to follow Jonathan. He's very eloquent, and I particularly would like to echo some of his comments about the need for respect and treating each other well in our written comments and in the verbal comments. But I'd say generally it was A-. You all did really well. I understand that this is very tense-making, and I get that. And really consider, if you've ever seen on videos or whatever, the way some city council meetings go, you did fine. But it's always good for us to remind ourselves that we want to treat each other respectfully, particularly because assuming this all goes according to plan, eventually there'll be people there. And we really don't want to create an environment where people have leftover paying more. It's perfectly legit to lay out what you want, but we want to do that in such a way that we can continue to live together without bitterness as much as possible. So that's good. And so thank you, everybody who came and spoke tonight. I know this isn't that much fun, but appreciate it. Also, thank you very much. I always emphasize this. Thank you to everybody who wrote. I cannot emphasize enough how important the written comments are to me. I read every single one of them. I particularly appreciate them because, you know, as carefully as I like to listen here, it's sort of real time. I don't have time to check or anything. The written comments give me time to think about it, look stuff up, check with staff or the attorney and stuff. So that's all very valuable to me. And unlike perhaps when you're right off to Washington or whatever, who knows what happens, and I can assure you that I read every single comment that people submit about this. And it was very valuable to me, and I really do appreciate that very much. One particular shout out for the people who were in the minority opinion, who want this to go forward. There were a lot of people who were more skeptical. I understand that particularly in an environment like this, particularly if you're not from this town and you want to advocate for that position, it can be a little scary. So thank you for getting your courage together to come put that point of view into the record as well. I thought that was valuable and worth recognizing as well. So one thing I want to stress here, it's a little bit weird because, you know, not many people come to city council meetings for fun, so this may be a little unfamiliar. Some of them do, but not most of them. This sort of thing that we're doing here is called quasi-judicial, right? And what that means is that unlike some of the other things we do where we're sort of very free to go, is this a good idea or a bad idea? What policy should we adopt for our town? In this kind of event, we have a very specific task, a quasi-judicial task. And what we're required to do is to look at the facts and then look at the law and see what those two together end up in a decision. It's a much narrower thing than you might sometimes expect. And it's actually grown narrower over the years because, as my colleague alluded to, the state has constrained that more because, in the opinion of the state legislature, that discretion has been abused in the past. And so they've given us a much more narrow place to work through, and that's what we did. That's what I spent most of Sunday doing. I took this very seriously. It was clear from the comments that the community was very interested in this, and I owed it to that. Other people were watching football. I was reading up on SB 743 and learned a lot, and taking it all very common. Here's the bottom line. I'm going to not support to uphold the appeal. I'm going to vote no on the appeal. And it's very much because of that quasi-judicial thing. Some other time, if you want to talk about my opinions about California housing law, I got opinions. But in this case, it's a very specific question. The very specific question is, and a key word that you'll hear in this, and it's an important word, objective, right, is objectively, does the project fit in with the rules of the Housing Accountability Act and with the density bonus rules, and then also with the traffic, and particularly with the traffic, that thing that I brought up here, this vehicle miles traveled, that is the metric that we are to use when we look at this. And that there was absolutely nothing in the appellant's case about that. A lot of talk about traffic, but the thing that the state instructs us to use to determine that was not covered at all. Not covered at all. And so there we are. But that said, I want to echo what my colleague said. None of that means that I am taking lightly all the concerns about traffic. On the contrary, right? Those are very real. And honestly, I mean, I have spent time on Jordan, right? And honestly, it's a problem whether this project goes forward or not, right? These problems that people talked about are real problems that are very serious. One thing that I want to point out, though, is that the way that we work through those problems is in other settings, not in the quasi-judicial assessment of a given project. In particular, what I would emphasize is something we have the Complete Streets Commission. You probably missed it in the consent, but I was named this year to be the liaison to the Complete Streets Commission. That's where we work, traffic, but also bicycle, pedestrian, all the safety things there. And it's clear to me from these remarks that even without this project, but especially with the project and perhaps the project that is proposed in the Jack in the Box, we have a very serious issue in this area along Jordan. And I think we're not talking about this tonight, but I expect that my colleagues will also share my interest in revisiting those and taking those comments very seriously in a different context, but that does not mean for a second that we're dismissing them. I took good notes about that, and I've kept those letters because I take that, it's why I'm the liaison. I take that all very seriously. One thing that people talked about when they got up and they said, oh, this isn't just about my property value or whatever. It's okay if it's about your property value. Seriously, you have a lot of money invested in those houses and those properties. It's perfectly legit that you're looking out for your property value. You don't have to pretend that, oh, I just care about I'm sure you do care about the community and safety and so forth. I just want to get that on the table, just as we acknowledge that the developer has a profit interest, and that's fine. It's also true that the owners have interest in the value of their property, and that is completely legitimate, and you don't have to pretend otherwise. I understand. I own a property. I get that. That's serious business, and there's no reason to do otherwise. About the parking, I understand it's not just out of the goodness of the developer's heart. Of course not. It would be hard to sell these units without some sort of parking solution. But I do want to acknowledge the fact that, strictly speaking, legally speaking, if that was not a part of the project, we still would have to let it go forward. They are next to what counts as a transit center. You know those buses by Shower Drive and stuff? That counts. Should it count? I don't know. It's another question, but it counts. So it is actually a good thing that parking is going in there. And I trust that eventually in the permitting process and so forth that we'll get the ADA issues resolved. So in conclusion, I'll just say, again, thank you to all involved. I thought this is a very productive process. Clearly a lot of work, thought, feeling went into it, and I deeply, deeply appreciate it. And I will be voting as I suggested, unless something incredibly persuasive happens now.
Ooh, the pressure is on. So I'm not going to repeat, we're at council deliberations, so thank you for your earlier participation. I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues say, at least I'm going to try not to, but I do want to thank everyone who's come out, everyone who's provided comments. I will say the same thing regarding the written comments ahead, and ahead does not mean 4 p.m. Ahead means yesterday or the day before, so we can really study them. And we do read them all. I've been doing this land use associated decision making. It's hard to believe, but I'm over 9 years now. 5 years since I've been on council, 4 years on planning commission, and I'm not even counting single family homes. So 9 years. And in that 9 years, the pace of the change of state housing laws has been incredible. So just an example that you all are very familiar with is this project started out as a 5-story project, right? I mean, it was mentioned by many. And I will tell you, because I was there, I don't recall anyone being very happy about that. Before that, we probably got 3 stories along El Camino, and everywhere else it was 2 stories. But things are changing. Every year or two, we get increasingly strict laws and increasingly higher standards by which we can exempt ourselves or justify an exemption. So next time, if we followed the advice and said, oh, go and redesign it, it wouldn't be 8 stories in the year or two we'd see it. It'd be 10 or 12. And I've seen this in my time working with the city in commissions and on the council, that something is proposed, people oppose it, it gets stopped, and then it comes back badder and worse if you have the perspective. Bigger and worse or whatever. But these things every year get more leeway. So I completely understand the anxiety, and I won't go into detail. My colleagues have already said it very well. But particularly when I look at appeals, I look for the appellants to give us the hook. You've got to give us the argument in the law to say, oh, well, this is going to be what the state would agree is a significant impact. And none of the subjective things, I mean, we're not saying there's no impact, and we know it will potentially feel significant to you, but the state has very, very high hurdles. And so if you don't give us the hook to actually make our decision on a lawful basis, we can't make that decision. Or if we do, and we've done this in the past, before Councilmember Weinberg and I were elected on council, there were some lawsuits because we turned down, contrary to state law, which was easier 5 or 6 years ago, or 6 or 7 years ago when those decisions were made. And we spent money on the lawsuits and we lost, and what came was worse than what was originally proposed. So I have not seen an opposition or a wait and see and negotiate actually turn out well for this community. I also didn't, appellants, I know you were hampered, you didn't have your attorney there, but even in the communications, I didn't see any clear understanding of state law at all. You were confusing, you were talking about, you should have been talking about a conditional use permit, which is not the same as a conditional approval. That's not what happened. That was the conditional use permit at Planning Commission had nothing to do with a conditional approval. So another example was you really didn't understand density bonus law and the fact that the waivers are not a knock against zoning. And that was very well explained by the applicant's attorney. And and as been mentioned, you seem to have no understanding that that the state standard now is VMT, vehicle miles traveled, not like a level of service. So there was just so little to hang, because we look for, okay, what's the angle? What's their best argument? And you didn't really bring it. So I too cannot support the appeal. And so with that, I wonder if one of my colleagues would make a motion. Yeah, me? No.
Madam Mayor, I move that the council deny the appeal.
Second.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Can you read from the agenda saying that you're adopting a resolution denying appeal number blah, 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 and all of that?
Do you want me to
Yes,
do it?
bear with me.
I have it right in front of me.
go ahead.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
so-
I
No,
know
that
I-
makes sense.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay. Motion's withdrawn, so I will move that we adopt a resolution denying appeal number APPL 25-0006 and upholding the Planning Commission's approval of a design review and conditional use permit with a state density bonus for an 8-story, 85-unit multifamily housing development at 4898 El Camino, and find the project as categorically exempt pursuant to Section 15332 of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA guidelines, and that none of the exceptions outlined in Section 15300.2 apply.
In a second.
Do we have a
Second.
Yes, okay.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lang?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Motion carries.
So before we break, and we're going to take about a 10-minute break in just a minute or so, our next item, I want to explain what that is. That's not an appeal. It's an adoption of a resolution of the vesting tentative map of the same project. I suspect that some of you may have put in speaker cards for the tentative map, which is fine if you did, you can speak, but it is not about the appeal. It'll be about the tentative map, which is essentially well, I shouldn't describe it. City Attorney, would you care to talk about the tentative map as an implementation of the mapping of the
project that you just approved for the 85 condos.
Okay, so it's not about the approval or not, but I mean, are there those of you who put in a speaker card for item 8 that intended to talk at the last? No, we're good? Okay. So you can still speak on 7, on 8, but it's an offshoot of what we just did. Yeah, it's a technical enabling of the approval that was just made. But you're welcome to stay. And then we're going to take a 10-minute break. I'm going to ask my colleagues. I think we have to get through the agenda tonight. We're going to run later than our former mayor got us used to. But we will be back in 10 minutes, and we do intend to get through the entire agenda. Thank you so much. Scurry up here, Vice Mayor. All right. Good to see we have some stalwart, very energetic still people to hang with us through this next part. So we're going to talk about item number 8. 8 is not an appeal, but it is a public hearing. Adoption of a resolution, the vesting tentative map at 4898 El Camino. And Councilmember Weinberg, you have a disclosure.
Yes, thank you. The actual map that is in the packet tonight is by, the engineers are a firm called Leah and Braze. The map in the packet tonight is by a firm called Leah and Braze. Leah and Braze is actually on a true retainer with my law firm, and we represent some of the principles and matters not related to their engineering work as well. That being said, I have not spoken with anyone at Leah and Braze about the map. I don't have any information about the map or anything else on this matter other than what is in the packet. And my firm's relationship with Leah and Braze will in no way influence my participation and consideration tonight.
Thank you. There's a conversation going on in the lobby, and could you either take it outside or I guess we can close the doors at this point. Yeah, it was a little, yeah. Okay, great. So as Councilmember Weinberg has given us his disclosure, we've introduced the item. City Attorney, did you want to, or did you kind of already?
No, I explained the reason
Yes.
why this is coming back
Right,
with the
okay.
other map, yes.
All right, Mr. Gallegos, busy evening.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor Meadows and council members. My name again is Sean Gallegos, Senior Planner with the Planning Division. The item before you tonight is consideration of an application for a vesting tentative map at 4898 El Camino Real. The tentative map would create 85 condominium lots and 1 common lot on the property. On November 6th of last year, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the vesting tentative map to the City Council. City Council previously considered the map application at a public hearing on November 18th of last year, at which time the Council unanimously approved the application. The application has been rescheduled for consideration by Council at a public hearing tonight that has been noticed in accordance with all applicable local and state regulations. The Planning Commission recommends the City Council approve the tentative map or vesting tentative map application consistent with the recommended motion. This concludes staff's presentation unless there are any questions. Thank you.
Do my colleagues have any questions? All right, Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Madam City Attorney, is it your opinion that the map that's before us tonight complies with the Subdivision Map Act?
Yes, it does.
And does it comply with the city's subdivision ordinance?
Yes, it does.
And does it comply with our general plan?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions by colleagues? No? Okay. So we're going to open it to public comment. How many speaker cards?
We have 4, 5, 6, but I suspect some of these people have left.
Okay. And I suspect some of them may want to, and I'm going to be flexible on this because it's, been a lot going on this evening. Although this item is the tentative map, if you have certain opinions you also want to share on the previous item, you can do that. Again, keeping in mind this is really the vesting tentative map. So I'll give 2 minutes again for each speaker.
The first speaker is Yanhua Mao, followed by Ethan.
Dear council member, I'm disappointed. My point about the ADA was misunderstood. The discussion began with ADA, but ultimately focused on the plan set conflicting with itself. namely the level 1 parking page, and the rest of the plan set shows the first floor and the tentative map. The load bay and the hallway showed in one thing, in the parking shows one thing, and it's very difficult to see in those plan sets. It's very subtle. I argue that had the city noticed the error and made the plan set consistent, the hallway and the exit must be eliminated. This element matters because they change the plan's square footage, which planner Xiang indicated would be a significant change. Had the city noticed, the plan would have been raised for smaller living spaces. Please note that the hallway was clearly shown in the tentative map document, but it was inaccurate. Therefore, I request the council to reconsider and reject the map. Unfortunately, during the last discussion, I raised hand. I was hoping you at least ask me a question, but it is what it is. Ultimately, there was not enough public notice to the project. There's only 3 days that was presented for like a 300 pages plan. And it took me 2 months to figure out there's an error and a critical inconsistency here. I'm very disappointed that this is the process that the city set for plan and the project of this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor,
Oh,
we did
go ahead.
not, the applicant needs to speak. We didn't open it to the
Oh,
applicant.
yeah, I keep forgetting with this, they did the same thing on the first one. Okay.
We have an applicant.
Yes, so I'm going to pause public comment and let the applicant have up to 10 minutes, but.
You will have about 30 seconds. Pete Carlino with Lee and Braze Engineering, representing the applicant in terms of the tentative map. Thank you for your time tonight. This was already heard in November. I'm just here to answer any questions that might need to be answered or filled in. So I don't want to waste any more time, but thank you.
Any questions? Nope. Okay, we will unpause public comment. Next speaker card. Thank you, and my apologies.
The next speaker is Ethan, followed by Sarah. Oh, okay, Ethan's gone. I don't think Sarah's here anymore. Sarah's gone. Walter? I think Walter's gone. Han? Are you here?
Dear council member, I'm here against the driveway. That's on the map. It's significant. The driveway itself, having all these cars, this is the sole driveway entering this building. And there is actually a win-win situation we can bring to the table by having another driveway in El Camino. And this site actually already have 2 driveways, one on Jordan, one on El Camino. And if we use Jordan exit as a bike exit, whereas using El Camino one as a major car exit, the traffic light right now is actually doing the residents a favor to exit the building. And it encourages our city's bikeable goals. So there is a win-win situation here. It helps everyone to get better. So I want to ask, I respectfully ask council to send this map back to review by the Complete Street Commission. They last time reviewed this site map was in 2019, which was a different configuration. That was 28 units. Now we're talking about 85. It's different. So I think right now the driveway is a major concern. Approving that is really premature by having just one driveway.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Jing Jin, who I think is gone. John Mudge.
Hi, Council. I want to make the case for moving the vehicle entrance exits from Jordan to El Camino. The transport impact analysis said, and I quote, "There would be no significant impacts to traffic operations." That's surprising. My view, there are traffic flows involving children using Jordan on bikes, walking, in cars, and they're going into the high school and Egan. There is also a cutoff that people use to avoid the Whole Foods transit fiasco there in order to get to San Antonio. This flow will be boosted a lot by the development at 5150 and those massive development on Rengsdorf. Moving the vehicle entrance exits to El Camino could and should take place to keep most of the 4898 traffic on El Camino, which makes sense. One serious injury or death of a child on their way to school is one too many. On a second subject, have I got time? I didn't see anything about dealing with the trash. Are we going to put those big bins out onto Jordan? That's it. Yeah.
Thank you.
And the next speaker is Jeff Potts.
Good evening. I just wanted to reiterate and follow up that the ADA question raised has no bearing on the map. There's actually no need for a hallway in that location. That's not a required exit from the building. People are allowed to walk on the ADA striping in any case, in any configuration, on any parking lot. So there's really no required hallway that would cause a reconfiguration of the building or change the map in any way that would be outside a standard procedure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. That's our last public comment, so we'll close the public hearing and bring the discussion back to council. If there's no discussion, I would also entertain a motion. Any comments, anybody?
Just because some people this may be new, I just point out that Jonathan asked the three magic questions. Those are the questions that have to be satisfied. Since the answer is all yes, I'm in support of adopting this map.
I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you.
I move that the council adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos approving a vesting tentative map, application number TM25-0001, for the creation of 85 residential condominium lots and 1 common lot at 4898 El Camino Real.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Daley. Sorry, we were looking to make sure that was the correct one. We just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
Councilmember Daley.
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you very much. So with that, we're going to move on to our final public hearing, which is another appeal. And this is the appeal of the removal of 81 Pepper Drive from the Los Altos Historic Resources Inventory. So, okay. Let me, yeah. While you're getting organized, then I want to ask the same question I asked for the last appeal, to ask if anyone needs to disclose any ex parte communications. All right, so we have a fresh as snow council here. Can't make that joke back east.
Good evening, City Council. Brittany Whitehill, Senior Planner with the Planning Division. The item before you is an appeal of the Historical Commission's removal of the property at 81 Pepper Drive from the Los Altos Historic Resource Inventory. The property located at 81 Pepper Drive is a 0.23 acre site with a single-family residence constructed in 1929 and a detached garage built circa 1929. In 2008, the property was identified as part of a citywide historic resource survey as an example of the colonial revival architectural style in Los Altos. This determination is documented in the DPR 523 form prepared by Circa. Based on this determination, the property was found to be individually eligible for local listing and was subsequently designated as a historic resource in the Los Altos HRI. In January 2025, the property owners, James and Efat Paravash, requested that their property be removed from the HRI. As part of the request, they submitted a historic resource evaluation prepared by Evans and DeShazo. The evaluation reviewed the 3 criteria required for listing in the city's HRI. While the 1929 house and garage met the age requirements, Evans and DeShazo concluded that the property lacks sufficient integrity and is not associated with significant historical events, people, or architecture. As a result, the property was found to meet only one of the 3 required criteria. Following this request, the city retained Page and Turnbull to conduct an independent peer review and independent evaluation, as is recommended by the California Office of Historic Preservation. Page and Turnbull agreed that the property meets the age requirements and also found that it meets the integrity criterion, but like Evans and DeShazo, determined that it does not meet the criterion for historic significance. Ultimately, both evaluations concluded that the property does not meet all 3 required criteria for inclusion on the HRI. On October 27, 2025, the Historical Commission considered the application, technical reports, and public testimony, and approved the application for removal of the property located at 81 Pepper Drive from the HRI and found the project exempt from environmental review under Section 15061B3 of the California Environmental Quality Act. On November 7, 2025, an appeal of the Historical Commission's decision was filed by Maria Batista, John Baer, and Thomas Chapman. The appellants included several grounds for their appeal, which are discussed in the staff report for council's consideration. In summary, based on the analysis in the staff report, it is recommended that the council adopt a resolution upholding the Historical Commission's decision and find the project is exempt from environmental review pursuant to Section 15061B3 of CEQA. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions. And we also have Jen Hembry from Page and Turnbull who can respond to questions as well, and the applicant is also present. Thank you.
And we have Shannon George from David Powers also.
They're physically here or they're online? Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Do my colleagues have questions? Okay, Councilmember Weinberg has a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this is another question for the city attorney, so you're getting a lot of attention tonight. As a matter of law, can a determination that a property was never qualified to be listed as historic constitute a loss of integrity and/or historic significance?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that looks like no further questions from council. I do want to, before I open the public hearing and let the appellants talk, I do want to say that I live in the general neighborhood of 81 Pepper, but I am not close enough to have a conflict. I don't know the owners, and I will review this objectively based on all the information in front of us. So, all right, so I'm going to open the public hearing. Appellant, you have a total of 10 minutes, so I don't know if you've divvied that up amongst yourselves, but when you come up, we'll start the timer when you start your presentation.
Those are intended to hand out to the council members and city attorney and city manager so they can follow along and take notes.
There's only 4.
Hmm?
There's only 4.
Sorry, we can count. We just want to make sure you all have copies of the document. Okay, that clicker is not working. Yeah, so you'll click it through. Okay. Good evening. I'm here to talk about the appeal of 81 Pepper Drive. The house is a listed historic resource. It was, as staff indicated, initially listed in 2009 and then reaffirmed in 2012. California Code of Regulations, the state law says, unless the preponderance of evidence demonstrates that it is not historically significant, then it in fact is. And then Los Altos has their own laws. And we're really going to focus on the state law, but it also encompasses the local law. The issue here is Evans and DeShazo and Page and Turnbull failed to demonstrate any loss of or change to architecture of the merit on which the house was listed. The city is improperly applying in the staff report the initial eligibility analysis at the delisting stage, and once a property is listed, the standard to delist is loss, not reassessment. With that said, we're looking primarily at the preponderance of evidence. Page and Turnbull in their report acknowledges the missing historic information, but failed to provide it. New information by qualified historians, which you've previously received, but we will review here briefly, says that 81 Pepper has no loss of historic significance with respect to architecture, but in fact it has greater significance based on this new information that was developed. Just to review, the issue here is strictly historic significance, event, person, or architectural design. I'm going to focus initially on architectural design and in fact look at the Historical Commission findings, which said the house did not meet the criteria because it was modest, it was not masonry, and it lacked an elaborate front entry. In fact, we believe, and our experts acknowledge, that it does in fact meet the criteria for architecture. It's wood cladding, a defining characteristic of Cape Cod substyle. It has a modest front entry, which is typical, especially in Sears and Roebuck and other kit houses. It's an excellent representation of style. High artistic value is not required for significance. There's no loss or change to the architectural integrity or significance, and these conclusions are supported by 5 experts with local, state, and national expertise. On to excellent example. Page and Turnbull in their report points out on the far left and far right 2 excellent examples of this Cape Cod substyle. And I'm just a country boy, but if I look at 81 Pepper, it looks pretty damn close to those other 2 examples. However, when they went about evaluating then the merits of the house, they looked at these 2 houses, which in fact are colonial revival, but they are not the Cape Cod subtype. And as anybody can tell, we've got a little bit of apples and oranges. But don't believe me, and of course you won't believe me, but we have numerous experts who in fact say this is the case. Richard Guy Wilson, he's a professor, retired now professor of architectural history at UVA. He's the god in this industry. Everybody knows him, respects him. He's written numerous books on the subject. What does he say about it? And we included in your package previously the written letter from him. It's an excellent, well-preserved example. It exemplifies Cape Cod's form through scale, steep roof, clapboard siding. It represents broad diversity of California architectural heritage, making its preservation very important and warranted. And I'm going to underline the last one. Proper architectural evaluation requires comparison to true Cape Cod revival examples, not to other dissimilar colonial revival subtypes. All right, and that opinion is not just shared by him, it's shared by other professionals who have written reports and provided information for the record for your information. Mark Sandoval, who's somebody you may recognize his name, he spent 13 years on the Historical Commission Los Altos. He is a historic architect still working. He says Cape Cod revival is a specific subtype of colonial revival. The consultant report that is Page and Turnbull relies on non-comparable subtypes for inaccurate architectural context, unfairly diminishing the property's significance. He believes there's substantial evidence that, in fact, this is a Sears Roebuck Kit House, and further believes this was constructed by the original owner, strengthening its historic narrative. Next is the Sears catalog, which shows, guess what? A house that looks incredibly similar to 81 Pepper. We have Krista Van Lan, an architectural historian who is local. What does she say? Accurate identification of architectural style is imperative. High artistic value is not required, and a property may qualify simply by being representative of its type. Okay, Phoebe Bresick, another local resident, 12-year Los Altos commissioner. She says it's specious to expect a brick facade constructed by local craftsmen in earthquake-prone areas. So masonry construction, in fact, is not a requirement to say that it is a good quality home. She says, again, Cape Cod substyle, is architecturally inappropriate to compare to the Page and Turnbull cited examples. Apples and oranges.
Pause the time, please. I don't know. This is not one of the appellants, so who are you?
Good evening. I'm April Halberstad. I'm a historian and author. And
City attorney, is she allowed to speak now or during public comment, or? Okay. All right. Thank you. No, we paused the time.
Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I am a historian and was for 8 years on the Santa Clara County Historic Heritage Commission with 2 terms as its chairman. I was asked to review the 3 reports that make up the documentation for this, and I was quite surprised to read in the report that no documentary evidence confirmed evidence of owner involvement in this house. I was amazed because within one of the reports, there was report of the owner and his involvement, and it was substantial. This is a house in which the owner was extremely involved. The owner and the name was given in the report. Why the report then says it's not still remains a mystery to me. So the owner is Van Epps. His name is Harry Van Epps. He is a second-generation carpenter builder. Was born in the community, went to school in the Fremont Township, grew up here, became a carpenter like his father, and he was very involved in this house in both structures. Actually, there's evidence in the packet, which was not reported, that he and his family, his wife and his 2 little daughters, lived in the smaller house that is now described as the garage, and they built the larger house. And in the newspaper, in the Los Altos paper, which at that time I think was the town crier, there's an announcement that Harry and his family have moved from the back of the house to the front house. It was a significant enough event in the community to warrant a note in the newspaper. And we find the Van Epps family over and over again mentioned in the newspaper as involved with the church. They were founding members, I believe, of the Union Church, in all sorts of community activities. And it's surprising to me that the overall evaluation was that this doesn't count. And there is a very, it's a house that speaks to me because it is a house that reflects Harry's values. He comes from upstate New York. This is a colonial revival house. Harry has built a house for his family that was his grandfather's house. And it's very important because it does speak to the values of the builder, and this was overlooked completely in the reports. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Yes, that is the next step. Go right ahead.
Ms. Halberstadt, thank you very much for your presentation. You said you're a historian. Would you please share your credentials?
I have a master's degree in history, and I am a pending member again of the what's called CHRIS, which is the database for historians in the state of California these days. I first became acquainted in Los Altos way back in the early 70s when I worked with Marion Grimm and the earliest consultants on the on an inventory we were trying to do, and on the putting together the historic house.
Thank you,
in-
thank you.
and-
So just to summarize, it's your opinion that this house is historic for two reasons. As I'm just gonna summarize my understanding, and please
Okay.
correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to put words into your mouth. But number one, it's an example of a particular architectural subtype.
It's a very, very good example. It's
In
not
your
just a-
opinion, it's a good example.
and the opinion of the three consultants. There's no,
Okay,
there's no.
that's fine. We don't have
no-
to argue about whether or not it's a good example.
Okay.
I will stipulate to the fact that it is an example, possibly good, of an architectural subtype. However, I will
colonial-
note that being an example, even a particularly good example of an architectural subtype, isn't enough of a criteria. So, then secondly, your contention is that Epps was a person of historical note in the community. And the reason I'm probing these rationales is because they're closely tied to the criteria by which something gets listed, right?
Absolutely.
Right. So Epps, and you've seen articles in the newspaper about him and so forth, and because he's been a figure whose name was in the newspaper a lot, that makes him a historic figure. I'm wondering, does that mean that my house is historic because I've been in the newspaper a lot?
No. No. I'm sorry. Did you build your house?
One of them, yeah.
With your own hands?
Some of it. And it wasn't a kit from Sears and Roebuck.
No, this was not a kit from Sears and Roebuck either, and I'm surprised that has come up, but there is information generally.
The question, though, is somebody's prominence in terms of mentions, word count, is their prominence in the town crier an indication that they're a person of historical significance?
Not necessarily.
Okay, what else would you look for when you're reading some of that evidence?
As a historian, what I look for is what were their contributions to their community. Now, you may.
Such as? What do you
like
see from Mr. Epps?
Well, I was going to say, like public service.
Public service. His public service was what?
His wife's public service.
His wife's public service was what?
Serving as the deaconess at the Union Church, teaching in her home.
Okay.
When there was no early school in the community.
The house was built in 29. I'm pretty sure there were schools in the community. But anyway.
Yeah,
so
no-
anyway,
no debate, thank
I don't
you.
want to have a
Point of
debate, but
order. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
trying to get to what you're basing your opinion on, and I appreciate your explanation. Thank you.
Okay, so you're done with your questions? Other colleagues with questions?
Have you ever prepared a historical resource evaluation?
Yes, I have. I did one for the Guy Shoup House, which is located on University Avenue. I prepared that evaluation and his Mills Act application.
Okay, but you did not prepare one for this property?
No, I was not asked to do that.
Okay.
But I am capable of certainly evaluating them.
Okay, thank you. Question, it may not be for you, it may be for the other appellants, or members of the appellants. Prior to this week, the only document about this property that I can find is the DPR 523. And I'm curious if there's any record of an historical resource evaluation
No.
written to prepare that 523 form.
Point of clarification?
Sure.
You're asking if the leave is coming
Yeah, I need you.
at the microphone. May I step in? So are you asking that whether we have prepared an independent DPR?
No. My point is that when evaluating historical properties, the document of greatest weight to me is historical resource evaluations, right? HREs, right? Usually, if the HRE is accepted by whatever body is analyzing that, the next step is a DPR 523 is prepared as a summary and record of that decision, right? As I reviewed the material, the only thing I could find was the DPR 523, prepared by Circa, I believe. What I was unaware of, I didn't see in the packet at all, which made me wonder if it did exist or ever existed. Was there historical resource evaluation done? And it probably would have been done around 2008 to 2011.
Okay, so I'll take one shot. April might clarify further, but no, and it's not really relevant because the Historical Commission at the time adopted it into the HRI. So it stands, I think the question at hand is whether or not it's a historic resource, and it is currently a historic resource. And so that an HRI would be illuminating, but it is not a determinant of whether or not it's a historic resource.
I understand,
Yeah,
but
okay,
nonetheless, we have a whole portfolio of stuff to consider here, and I'm just making, my question is in good faith, trying to understand whether it would be a crucially important document if it existed, and therefore I wanted to make sure that I at least asked the question if an HRE had been prepared in 2008 to 2011.
I can answer that question, and that is written on the 523, and that is no in-depth evaluation has been done, and the consultant at that time recommended that a historic report in detail be be for this.
Thank you.
So it is written on that recommendation.
That's
is
very
written on the
helpful. Thank you.
523, yes.
And also, I would just say, note too, on that DPR, it says that it's recognized for its architectural merit and that the further evaluation would be done for further historical significance. And and at that time, and even today in the Page and Turnbull report, it still continues to suggest too that especially the local area history hasn't been determined in detail. So we have a hole in our ability to do a comparative analysis because we are not completely informed. And Page and Turnbull they highlighted that deficiency in the DeShazo report, that there was not a complete history and or historical context available for proper assessment. And then Page and Turnbull did not then go on to provide that additional information. And we, in our packet to you through the various reports, should have both April and Mark Sandoval draw out additional history to give context for consideration, because without context.
I think you're getting beyond answering my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I do have a couple questions. You guys can decide who is best to answer them, but I'm going to pick up where we left off on the DPR form, and I'm going to read specifically what it says on that form. The very last thing on it, page 3, note, this finding is based on architectural merit alone, and further research for association with historically significant events and/or people should be conducted. The way I read that is that because they're making that note because it was not conducted.
That's right.
Yes, okay, so I want to make sure we agree. I want to bring up two inconsistencies. This might be Mr. Bear and also Ms. Halberstam, excuse me if I got it wrong. And Mr. Chapman, this probably doesn't, I want Mr. Bear, I think, to answer this, but kit or no kit? So you have made claims it's a kit, and that's part of its significance, and right here now, we have very clear saying that this isn't a kit. So can you help us understand the inconsistency?
Okay, so I cannot explain the inconsistency. Mr. Sandoval, it was his assertion that based on the pictures and evidence that he thought there was a good chance it was a kit home. He also agreed, and if you've had a chance to read his report, he said further evaluation is required, and usually that means you have to inspect the undercarriage of the house to make that determination. So if you're asking me, is it a kit house or not? I haven't the foggiest. I mean, I do believe that it's awfully similar to the Sears house, but in fact, in those days, people, one of the big movements where people were using architect-designed houses. There were house plans that you could buy. There were kit houses you can buy. And this whole thing, people, they looked at a design, they said, I like that design, and I'm going to build it. And maybe it wasn't from a kit. So I don't know the answer.
All I'm pointing out is it's in some places in the myriad of materials you've provided us, this is a big thing because it's a kit. And then now you don't know if it's a kit, and you don't necessarily think it is a kit. It's probably irrelevant anyway. I think we've covered the kit or no kit.
It is irrelevant. It is a footnote to other things which are of far greater importance. And I reference the fact that we have architects, architectural historians who say this is an important house. It meets all the criteria for importance and classic example of this style. And this house is unique in Los Altos.
Yeah, I understand those claims. I'm focusing on some inconsistencies here. You mentioned the professor emeritus at UVA. Did he ever see this house in person?
No. He was provided pictures. He was provided, what else was he provided?
Yeah, no, he looked at it live time in Google Maps, had all the documentation and additional pictures.
But he was
that I
never here in
provided
Los
to it.
Altos.
He
Okay.
was not here.
All
in
right,
Los
thank
Altos,
you.
'cause that would have,
yeah, good.
Yeah.
And then the last, maybe this is an inconsistency, maybe this is an irony. So there's a lot of talk about this being the first subdivision, the first historical subdivision, the first town subdivision in town, therefore historical, I can buy that. And then there was a claim during, again, some of the materials that this was the first house built in the first subdivision. And please let me finish my question. The irony is that the owner of the first house in the first subdivision is the gentleman standing right behind you two. So I didn't quite understand how that became part of this appeal, it seemed. And so maybe you've cleared the record now, but can you explain why that claim was made? And then that clearly wasn't a correct claim.
No, I'd be happy to that. So that actually was early documentation by myself, and I am not an expert in the architectural history. However, I have, I think the fairly deep knowledge. But I would like to say, though, that it is the case that Mr. Bear's house is the house that existed there when the Adams subdivision. His house predates the subdivision. So he was there prior to it. So technically, he's not the first house in the subdivision. He's a house that existed in the area. And then the other houses that were cited, I think we sent a correction to you by Page and Turnbull, it is the case that one of them has been demolished. and the other one is under an
That's-
alteration. So this
okay,
is the
that's
only
good.
extant house.
And I'm sure
of
Mr.
the
Bear wasn't there.
subdivision.
He's not as old as that.
No,
So,
no, exactly.
all right. So I just wanted to get clarification on those
yeah.
inconsistencies. Do any of my colleagues have any other questions for the appellants? I'm not seeing any. So thank you very much for your presentations. So now, let's see. We don't really, is the applicant here to talk? Okay, or how are we, so I'll hand it over to you guys to give 10 minutes then to, you're the, okay. So you have 10 minutes to talk, and then after we maybe pepper you with questions, no pun intended.
Just 81.
Just 81 questions. Then we can move on to public comment, but please go ahead and tell us about your project.
Good
Your
evening,
house.
council members. My name is James Parvash. My wife Effie and I are long-term residents of Los Altos and the owner of 81 Pepper Drive. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening and for your continued support and of the community. Of our community. Throughout the historic resource removal process, Effie and I have honored every requirement city has asked of us, without exception. In accordance with city procedure, we retain Evan DeShadow, a licensed historic consultant selected from city-approved list to perform comprehensive historic resource evaluation. The city subsequently retained Page and Turnbull to conduct an independent peer review. Both firms, working independently and using the methodology required under SICA, Office of Historic Preservation Guidance, and the Los Altos Municipal Code, concluded that 81 Pepper Drive does not meet the criteria of historic designation. Based on those evidence, the Historic Commission reviewed complete record and unanimously approved the removal of 81 Pepper Drive from the City of Los Altos Historic Resource Inventory. Throughout the entire process, we followed every legal step, met every deadline, and submitted every required document and fee. At last minute, appeal was filed without new supporting evidence following Historic Commission decision. Even so, we have continued to respect the process and wait patiently, despite the resulting delays. Our request this evening is simple and respectful. Please uphold and honor Historic Commission unanimous decision, one grounded in clear evidence and the professional finding of the two independent licensed and qualified historic experts. No assumptions, no emotion, just facts. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to fair, balanced, and evidence-based process.
Thank you very much. So, colleagues, do we have questions? You can continue thinking. I'll look down this way. Oh, you do have a question? Okay, go right ahead.
Can you describe the windows on the front of the house?
Windows? They're single glazed. You cannot open them. They're broken. And everything around it, it's a Home Depot product. I'm a builder, so I can determine. I don't need to justify to you if it's historic or not. And we followed historic, we followed the city's guidance.
That's my only question. It's okay. I can see that by the way of the windows when I stand in front of your house.
Any other question?
Wait, I'm going to ask Our other colleagues, do we have any questions? No? Were you at the commission meeting?
Yes.
You were. And how did you find that process and the behavior, and was that a comfortable
Fair,
process
balanced, and evidence-based.
on the part of the commission?
Yes.
Okay, all right,
Historic
good.
Commission.
Yes, all right, thank you.
My pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to open public comment now. This public hearing's already open, but I'll just use the gavel again. Why not? It's right here. So how many speaker cards do we have?
We have 2 speaker cards.
Okay. I will stick with the 2 minutes that I gave like on the other appeal. So who's the first speaker?
The first speaker is Alice Mansell, followed by Han Ren.
Good evening. I've been listening all evening to you deliberating, discussing, interacting with staff. And some things have come up that I think are very important for your deliberation and decision on this issue. You've talked many times about deference and discretion that you are allowed by the law. You've also talked a lot about various experts, whether it's a staff report, a city attorney, a lawyer's letter written on behalf of an appellant, or a staff report from somewhere. In other words, experts. And so far, I've seen you always defer and give discretion to the experts that are yours or of people seeking something from you. When somebody comes up who's not one of your experts, you demand their qualifications. You say they have to appear in person, that their writing can't speak for it. And I've even seen you in the past take expert legal letters and say, oh, it doesn't have any merit, and just dismiss it without any findings on the records about why it would be dismissed. Now, these historic issues do have a lot of concrete law, black and white, mathematical almost. However, when you come down to the individual properties, it's very subjective. And so you have a historic commission to try to deal with some of these issues and have more debate so it's not on your calendar. And I was at the first meeting where the Historic Commission voted 2-1 to approve the staff recommendation, the expert's opinion that was picked from a list from the City Hall that the homeowner used. But that could not be binding because they were one person short. They had to have a quorum of 3. Anyway.
All right, thank you.
2-2
Your
was the last vote,
time
not
is done.
unanimous.
I'd like to clarify this. I
Yes.
think that 2-1 vote was when the delisting first went to the Historic Commission, and they didn't vote on it. They continued it.
Right.
I believe
isn't-
that's in the record. It was
Yes.
not.
It was
2-1
not
vote.
decided,
It
yes.
was undecided.
Yeah.
They continued it because one of the members needed more time, and it was explained that a 2-1 wouldn't be a valid vote, and they had the option to continue it, and I believe I was there, and it was continued. And then later on, if you have questions, again, we have our consultants on the phone if you have some questions maybe about some of the testimony. And then I have some comments I'd like to make later.
Okay, let me just check first, finish with my colleagues for questions, and then I would like to ask questions of who's on the phone, though it's a little hard because I can't see them, so. Oh, yeah, but we're still asking questions based on the applicants. Or no, I did open public comment, that's right. But, okay, sorry.
No questions for Ms. Mansell.
No questions for Ms. Mansell. Sorry, we slipped back and forth, and so did my place. Okay, so is there, how many more cards do we have?
I have one more card for
Okay, one
Andre.
more card, sorry, got tripped up.
Hi, City Council. So I didn't know this project, but it's, as I'm hearing it, I really think we got the question to prove there is the comparables people brought up is inconsistent. I think I use my naked eyes, just look at the comparables. They are inconsistent with the building itself. So I don't know too much, but I can tell the report, which providing those two comparables, they're not the same, right? Like, of course, developers can hire two different firms to do the report. They have the resource because they are earning, they are investing in that. Well, Los Altos has its own character, and I also am amazed on, because this is not a mansion, so that it doesn't really meet the standard. I would have developer even talk to people nearby, even preserving some of the character, right? Like, where in Los Altos we want to, maybe this is too small, we want a bigger, but bigger in a way like it preserves the character. That would be really nice. I would also really appreciate council who acknowledges the effort and resources residents put in. I really appreciate that.
Okay,
question for the public
question for you.
Yeah. Thank you. Did you know there's no development project involved? There's no development. This is purely about removing it from a list of historical resources. Did you know that there is no development involved?
Okay, so
There's no project, no development.
okay, that's good to know. As if you Google it, right? As soon as you Google 81 Pepper Drive, it shows JP Engineering and Construction. And that gentleman just come here. He was talking about he's a builder. Okay.
Okay, so I think we're done with questions for her. Was that the last public comment? Okay. So I'm going to give the appellants, I mean, if you, or yeah, 5 minutes.
Is my clock? Okay, I'm ready now. Okay, so three things. I just wanted to point out that in the criteria for historical significance for architectural design, the reports say that it is not significant because of its modesty, it not being masonry, and lack of an elaborate front door. And so this decision is hinging on that. All three of those things, there is contention among experts. So I would recommend that you have that reconsidered. Also, there is a hole, again, in the local history. We provided to you additional new information on the historical events that inform that. And unfortunately tonight, due to the time constraints, we can't go into all of those details, but they're deep and they're rich. And this house deserves that consideration. Honestly, I think before any decisions are made about it. In terms of the future of this house, in the DeShazo report on page 3 in their introduction, they specifically say the proposed project consists of rehabilitating or demolishing the 1929 house and demolishing the detached garage for the construction of a 2-story addition or a new house. The current owner did discuss at the Historical Commission meeting on October 27th his intentions to put a new house on the property, talked about the plans in some detail, and that he had already been discussing it with city staff. So according to CEQA, it is known and a possible foreseeable adverse change to the environment. The fact that it has been said that the intention, and stated in the hired report, that the intention is to demolish it. And under CEQA, you cannot segment a project. And so this project, if we're following the process, should have begun with a full CEQA review. It is not a single action, it's 2 actions that are being segmented, and it needs to begin with a CEQA review. It is not CEQA exempt, and this is very important given that it is currently recognized as a historic resource by the state and the city. Thomas, thank you.
So I'll go one step further. I think we're trying to relitigate whether or not it should be on the list or not. That was already done.
Can you please be sure to speak in the mic?
We're trying to relitigate whether or not it should be on the list or not. That was already done by the city. There were people saying it should be on the list. There were people that saying it shouldn't be on the list. The city already established that, yes, it meets the criteria. It's on the list. There's no debate. It's on the list. And the Los Altos Municipal Code 12.44.090 is very clear about what you need to do and what needs to happen in order to remove it from that list. It says the only legitimate reason for terminating the designation of a historic resource is when clear evidence is presented that shows the resource no longer meets the criteria of section blah, blah, due to loss of integrity and or historic significance. Loss. It's not a wordplay of, oh, it never had it, so that's it. You can't lose something you didn't have. You have to have something and then show that it no longer has something that the city has already established that it had. The city established that this is a historic house, it's a colonial revival, or whatever the designation was. So in order to remove it, you have to show that it no longer possesses that. And for this purpose, pretty much the only way it could no longer possess that is through an act of God. So like a fire, an earthquake, or something that the house doesn't exist. But the only way to remove it is through the loss of something that's already been established.
Okay, so I want to reiterate, we have testimony from experts who are qualified to do historic evaluations, who are contending that in fact the house meets the criteria for architecture. We have testimony from somebody who's qualified who says it meets it based on people and the importance, their contribution, and we did not get a chance to talk about it, but it is in your documentation that says it meets the criteria for events. And guess what? You only have to meet one of them. And while I appreciate that all of you come with your own level of expertise and biases, as we all do, I think it's important that we defer to the experts. And the litmus test at the state level is it's the preponderance of evidence. And I believe in this particular case, the preponderance of evidence says that it meets the bar for historic significance, and we can pick and choose whether it's architecture, people, or events, or all three. You know, and we have people who are saying that unfortunately what Page and Turnbull did by comparing it to something which was not of the same subtype was to diminish its historic importance.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Bear. Thank you. Okay, so now we give 5 minutes to the applicant. If you want to say anything else, and then I think we might have some questions for our experts in the ether, or wherever they are. Yeah.
Well, I have one question. I heard, I don't want to rebuttal or anything. I heard she said this is part of a state historic too. I don't think so. I think it's only Los Altos historic. Okay. And the last thing I can
That's
say,
correct, by the way.
Last thing I can say is I am relying on the staff's recommendation to deny the appeal and uphold the historic commission decision, including the CEQA exemption. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have questions, further questions for him? Or we're done? Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm going to close that part of the public hearing, and then I know City Attorney, you wanted to offer some clarifications.
The city's code provides for termination of designation, and it refers to when the resource no longer meets the criteria of 12.44040. And then you look at 12.44040, and that's the criteria. And so you get referred back to the same criteria for listing as you can look for delisting. And I think that's how this code is supposed to read. I do want to say that, according to the Powers report, this project was not piecemealed. The project is the delisting or the removal. And at this time, there is, and it relies on the 15061B3, and the, it's exempt, and under that criteria. And then I would like to point out too, that in the future, because they're saying this is segmenting and this is piecemealing, which it's not, the project would have to come back to full CEQA and full discretionary review if they apply for a demo permit and a design review permit. And so CEQA would be triggered at that point, and if it's still eligible to be on a historic, because that's what CEQA says, if you're eligible for the historic resource inventory, that there would be further CEQA review at that time. And I'm trying to think where else it's stated in, but it is in the Powers report. We do have Shannon George on the phone if she wants to further explain it. But then I do have something, and I am not sure if the appellant saw this, but there is a response memorandum from Page and Trumbull about the January 21st, 2026 Haberstadt memo. I think that's the correct date. I was looking for it. And it does go into why that report is not valid. And it says, furthermore, neither the letter specifically addresses the criteria of the Los Altos Historic Resources Inventory. Both letters discuss the California Registry criteria, when at issue at hand is the removal of the property from the local registry. In addition, Haberstadt states that the modest starter home at 81 Pepper Drive captures our attention because of its very traditional American colonial style, which is very unusual for the area, yet nationally popular. Modesty of a property in hand and of itself do not preclude that a particular property might be significant. However, for potential resources that are modest, common, or vernacular, such as the home at 81 Pepper Drive, the question must be answered regarding what makes one such home significant. Although 81 Pepper Drive is an example of Cape Cod Revival cottage architectural style that is uncommon in Los Altos, as noted in Haberstadt's letter, rarity in and of itself is not determining factor for significance. Generally, rarity would only be a factor in instances where a significant property type was once common historically across a particular area but is now scarce. That scenario does not appear to be the case in this instance. And I know we have David Powers on the line, and I would like for Ms. George to go into some of the details about the CEQA exemption, because it does say, her report does say the action of delisting a resource would not, in of itself, result in a direct or indirect physical effect on the environment. Demolition or modification could result in an impact under CEQA if a structure is determined to be eligible for listing on the local registry. But and then per the requirements of the City of Los Altos and consistent with OHP guidance, if the property owners choose to submit an application for demolition of the structure at a later date, a development application would be also required. This is what I mentioned earlier. The development application would require development review, which is a discretionary action. Regardless of the historic status of the structure on site at the time of the application for demolition/development is filed, demolition and construction of the new structure would constitute a project under CEQA and would require environmental review. Ms. George, do you have anything else to add to the finding of the delisting is not being piecemealed in this situation?
Thank you. Shannon George with David Powers and Associates. Madam Mayor and Council, I don't have anything else specific to add other than the guidelines are very explicit about what constitutes a project under CEQA. And it is,
Yeah, hold on, we lost, you were clear at the beginning and then you're very faint now.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. The guidelines are very explicit about what constitutes a project, and it is an action that would have a direct or indirect physical effect on the environment, and that is the critical piece, is a physical effect. And a delisting action in and of itself would not have a physical effect on the environment. So it doesn't constitute a project under CEQA, and it appears that the common sense exemption was appropriately applied. But as Ms. Houston indicated, if there is a subsequent application filed that would alter the building or remove the building, then the full CEQA process would then be required. And at that time, the eligibility of the house would once again need to be considered on the totality of evidence that is available at that time.
Yes, and does anybody from Page and Trumbull have any comments on Ms. Haberstadt's discussion tonight, since she was speaking as an expert? I do have a question for Ms. Haberstadt. Did you visit the site? Yes. You did? Did you look under the house and see if it, as Mr. Bear said, you couldn't tell if it was a kit house unless you looked under the house? I mean,
I don't know, because we would be looking at materials that Sears and Roebuck put together.
yeah, he said something you would have to go under the house and check the foundation. So, okay, I was just wondering.
No.
And then I had another question about when was this picture taken? Was it recent, or John, you might know, Mr. Bear, you might know.
My understanding is that picture was taken from the listing when the house was sold 15 years ago.
Okay.
But I will attest to the fact that that house remains unchanged from that photo, with the exception of a little bit of additional paving, asphalt paving on the front, which may, in fact, may or may not be code compliant, but that's neither here nor there.
Okay, I was just curious. And then I think those are all my comments, unless Page and Trumbull online, if you have any comments of some of the rebuttal for any of the comments that were made tonight.
Oh, you're physically.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
sorry.
Okay.
Hi, everybody.
You were hiding.
Jen Hembry with Page and Turnbull. I was asked to attend tonight. I have no specific comments except to say that, we adhere to means and methods across all of the peer reviews and assessments that we do in order to be as objective as possible. We do not take into consideration overall aesthetics or potential future projects. I just wanted to make that clear, that our evaluations are objective as possible. I did want to comment on the appellant's discussion regarding the comparable projects that we referenced in the original peer review. We included 2 local colonial revival style homes, as well as the excellent examples from the McAllister Compendium. When looking at all 4, we determined that in all instances, each of those 4 properties had the decorative front entry that we felt would be necessary to elevate this property to become individually significant. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have questions for? No? No? Okay. All right. So I think it's up to us now. City Attorney, we've you don't have anything else, right?
I do know that the Page and Trumbull report did go into great detail about the Haberstadt letter, the 27th, and it, or the 20, whatever the date was, saying that it focuses mainly on the biographical information of the original owners, as well as early historic development of Los Altos. Page and Trumbull would clarify that in our peer review, we did suggest that existing detached garage cottage was serving as their temporary residence. We also stated in the peer review that given his trade as a carpenter, there is a possibility that the house was constructed in 29, but yet no documentary evidence, architectural drawings, permit records, or other archival documentation was found. That the Van Epps performed the construction work. And then it also says, Page and Trumbull finds it is best practice not to make assumptions without archival documentary backup. And the National Register
Okay,
guidance.
so I think
Yeah.
we've got all this in
Yeah.
the packet, we've got all that, so council's going to deliberate.
Okay.
Now you may sit down, please. And I want to see which of my colleagues, all right, Vice Mayor. Yeah, okay, I'm going to let Vice Mayor Lane go.
Historical stuff, how I love it. So as some of you may know, I served on the Historical Commission for 8 years. I was also very involved with the History Museum, and just like old houses, I this past week went down to the Gamble House in Pasadena and visited there. So it's a matter of personal interest and enthusiasm. I certainly would hope that the house is preserved, but that's not really what this is about. What this is a quasi-judicial appeal of the decision of the Historical Commission, and that's the record I have to look at, right? There's a whole bunch of opinions here. Some of people who have seen the house, some people who have not seen the house, some people who have varying levels of expertise, some who have less expertise, more opinions, whatever. There's a hierarchy, though, to these things, and the gold standard of these records is historical resource evaluation, an HRE, right? We have one. We have exactly one. I'm not even arguing it's perfect, right? And in fact, the audit that was done of it pointed out that there were things that could be different. Nevertheless, it is the only one we have. And in fact, when you look at the original listing, you can make a strong argument that it's flawed. In the DPR 523 itself, it admits that it is an incomplete analysis, right? So we have exactly one HRE that reaches the conclusion it's not. Now, the reason I asked whether you'd done one was not to be snarky. On the contrary, the point is the team that is here, I bet you've done a bunch, exactly. So there is no reason your team didn't have the expertise to prepare a different HRE. And if we had had another HRE to look at, that would have been a very different situation. But we do not. That is not the record in front of us, right? All the emails and so forth, very interesting, very interesting. But in the end, we have to make our decision based on the evidence that is entered in the record, which is what the Historical Commission had to do. So in my opinion, the delisting decision is correct. You can think of it as regrettable. Things could have been different. Perhaps things will change in the future. I don't know. But in terms of the record in front of us, it is, I think, the correct decision, and I intend to vote to uphold it. I'll say one other thing, though, because a part of this process was for me to go back and look at the video record of these meetings. I'm not going to get into incidents or people or whatever, but there is a bad level of disrespect in some of those meetings. And one of the things that the mayor has asked me to do is step back in and be the liaison to the Historical Commission this year. And I can assure you that part of what I'll be doing with working with my honored colleagues on the Historical Commission is to make sure that those meetings are conducted respectfully, without condescension, going forward. That's very important to me, to the good business of the thing. And let me tell you, that sort of thing, when I observe that in records of meetings, does not go a long way to soften my heart to the arguments. It's not the reason for decision, but it really is not a good look when that's what's on the record. And I'll just leave it at that.
I went to all those meetings. And I concur with the assessment of the behavior of some of the residents in those meetings. Reminder, folks who volunteer to be on a historical commission are giving of themselves and of their time for their passion, you know, but they're volunteers and they should be treated with respect. And Ms. Halberstadt, you've been on the county's historical commission. Thank you for that public service and for the involvement that you've had in preservation here in our community, the HRE that you did for the, I think it was the Schaup House that you said you? The Guy Schaup House. Well, wonderful, wonderful. So you're an authority. The appellants have actually made an argument that rhetorically we would characterize as an appeal to authority. As a fellow historian, I was interested in your process. I too have a bachelor's degree in history and a master's degree in history. But what I got was kind of a reiteration of the appeal to authority. You said, you know, we looked in the newspaper, we found references to the homeowner and so forth. I'm not persuaded that that is historical significance. So when we have to determine which way the preponderance of evidence leads, I'm unconvinced by the appellant's appeal to authority. The appeal to authority would have gone further if we could have had evidence of historical significance that was thoroughly vetted and interpreted, but instead we have, you know, just a lot of assertions. And assertions are fine, but we also have an HRE, right? And like my colleague just said, that's sort of the apex of our evidentiary hierarchy. And so I place a lot of emphasis on that. I actually agree there's, you know, some flaws in that particular HRE. And, you know, the city wasn't willing to just simply accept that HRE either, given that there are contentions that go against the conclusions of the HRE. So we had another report and another expert come in. So all that said, this is going to come down to two things for me under the code. So I find that there is a loss of integrity. I can walk by the house and see with my naked eye things that do not comport with the Department of Interior standards for rehabilitating historical homes. When you see something that's from Home Depot and it's builder grade and it's modern crap, it's not historical, right? And what really should have been done at some point, if you want to make the argument that the historical integrity hasn't been degraded, there should have been a historical resource evaluation that says that goes in and says, gee, we found a rafter stamp, which is what you would look for to find that it is a Sears Roebuck home. No, you don't get that. You don't get to ask questions while I'm talking or interject. So I find that there is a loss of integrity. I don't believe that the property has the same historical integrity as almost any of the other houses in our historical resources inventory. I don't believe either that being an example of an architectural subtype is in itself significant. And in fact, it's not. Just being an example of a style, as we've heard, would have to be compounded by being an example of a style that used to be prevalent that is no longer prevalent, or for some other reason stands out, okay? So my finding is that the historical integrity has been diminished, and that the historical significance of the homeowner is diminished. And frankly, you know, one of the reasons why the loss of integrity in the structure and the loss of historical significance has occurred is because there wasn't much to lose to begin with. And what happened was a windshield drive-by report. Somebody drove around Los Altos and said, oh, I've noticed these houses that look like they could be historic. And that was the conclusion that was made from the street in a car looking out a window, okay? That is not the proper way to populate the HRI. We wouldn't do that now. We would have an HRE done for a property that is a potential to be on our HRI. So for those reasons, my findings are that the original criteria for a listing are no longer met. And in truth, they probably weren't met originally, but we can't know that because there wasn't documentation at the time to support to begin with. So I will be voting to deny the appeal.
Okay, Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so I guess there's three issues that I want to discuss, and then there's two sort of tangential issues on top of that. It is my intention to vote to deny the appeal pending an argument by the mayor convincing me otherwise. But substantively, first, the CEQA exemption. I believe that the common sense exemption to CEQA applies here. I do believe that the applicant's intent is to do a remodel or rebuild or do something of significance to the property. However, as has already been explained to us tonight, if and when that application is submitted, it will go through the discretionary CEQA process. So I'm not convinced by the piecemealing argument because what's happening tonight is not avoiding CEQA. It is simply providing that CEQA will happen at the appropriate time. As the lawyer here, I was interested in the legal standards that we were going to talk about. And that, actually, there really wasn't very much discussion of that, which may be one of the reasons I've been so quiet. It's been about an hour since I've spoken. My kids and wife would be happy to hear that happened. The last time I spoke, I think I asked the city attorney if this council determines that this property never qualified to be on the HRI, is that sufficient to constitute a loss of, I forget what the words are, a loss of significance, historical significance, or what is it? Structural. Okay, so, and the city's attorney opinion was yes, and the applicants never challenged that. So I'm assuming that the applicants agree that that is the standard.
Appellants?
Excuse me, the appellants.
Okay.
Excuse me. I did hear yes, I heard you say that there has to be a loss, but you never addressed the question of whether a finding that the property should never been on the HRI constitutes a loss. I never heard, and if I didn't hear, if you did say that and I didn't hear it properly, I apologize, but I never, even if you did put that on the record, I don't know what the substantive basis of that is. And quite frankly, I agree with the city attorney.
Comments.
So then we come down to the question of whether or not there is a loss. Should this property have been on the HRI to begin with? And what do we have? We have conflicting expert reviews, conflicting expert opinions. We have conflicting opinions among the appellants as to whether or not this is a Sears Roebuck house. Now that's not determinative of whether the appeal should be granted or not, but it shows you that reasonable people can reach different conclusions. Different people can see the same facts and interpret them differently. We had the same thing with the appeal earlier this evening. And Mr. Chapman said it's important to defer to the experts. And I think that he is absolutely right. We should defer to the experts. I know that you said that because I wrote it down as soon as you said it. we should defer to the experts. But that begs the question, which experts are we going to defer to? I think that the vice mayor made an excellent point that there's only one HRE here. I think that the appellants are absolutely right that that HRE was biased because it was commissioned by the applicant and the applicant wanted to reach a specific conclusion. That is absolutely biased. But the appellants also had experts who are biased for the same reason. There is a specific conclusion that you wanted your experts to achieve, and that's what they resulted in. If your experts were going to agree with the HRE, I don't think you would have brought them forward. Of course not, because it would have undermined the appeal. So that leaves us with one expert opinion that was commissioned by someone without a dog in the fight, and that's the Page and Turnbull. And Page and Turnbull found that this this property should not have been, did not qualify for listing on the HRI initially, and I find that persuasive. So ultimately, I think that this project should not have been on the HRI, and I think that that meets the requirements of our code to support a delisting. Putting all that together, I'm going to go back to what the Historic Commission found. I think that this body has a duty to give deference to our commissions when they go through a process and they reach a conclusion, which is not to say that if we disagree, we shouldn't disagree. But I note that the Historic Commission went through a process. They reached a conclusion that I think was based on the substantive evidence that was in front of them. And there's been a plethora, there's been a machine gunning of additional evidence and back and forth and comments by experts to experts, none of which has changed any of the experts' opinions, which brings us back to reasonable people with expert knowledge in the field have reached different conclusions. And it's up to us to determine which one we find the most compelling. Personally, I find the Page and Turnbull the most compelling because that's the report that, again, didn't have a dog in the fight. There's two other things that I want to address here. If a council member asks you a question, you should give a direct answer to the council member. When a council member asks you a question, it is not your opportunity to answer the question you want to answer or to say, I don't think that's relevant or the analysis should be something different. You can have that opinion and you can offer that at the appropriate time. But if one of my colleagues asks a question of anyone at the speaker dais and they're not willing to give a direct answer, I am immediately thinking, how come they're not answering the question? What are they hiding? And I don't think anyone was hiding anything up here, but you put yourself really behind the 8 ball when it comes to your credibility and your ability to make a persuasive argument when you do not address the exact question that is asked. If you're asked a question by a decision maker, no less, aside from just simply having the respect of answering that question to the decision maker, you need to understand that you're playing with fire because you're not giving the decision maker the information they feel they need in order to make an educated decision, and that causes, I think, an undermining of credibility. Finally, we have received notice that a member or members of the public contacted Page, I think it was Page and Turnbull, and tried to get the report shared. I don't remember which, maybe it was a different expert, but there was a contact by a member of the public to one of the experts trying to cajole them to changing their opinion. That is absolutely unacceptable. At best, it is harassment. At worst, it is witness tampering. In civil litigation, if there are expert witnesses, you can't just contact the other side's expert witness. That is absolutely unallowed. Members of the public should not be contacting another party's or the city's expert. Members of the council should not be contacting the city's expert or the experts of the real party in interest or the applicant or anyone else. It is absolutely, positively inappropriate. And quite frankly, if it ever happens again, I would support a motion by the council or staff's recommendation to seek to legally enjoin that type of behavior and hopefully seek attorney's fees if we had to do that. So, Madam Mayor, I'm done.
Well, I'm going to try to stay on your good side. That's for sure. I'm going to be a bit more direct, though. I actually wasn't going to go there, but since you brought it up, it was one of the appellants. Let's not just say a member of the public. It was one of the appellants. So let's make that clear. That doesn't help your case either when you do things that are clearly beyond the pale. But I'm going to focus on the content that we discussed tonight. What this really drove home is that windshield surveys suck. So excuse the language, but that is not a tool, or at least it wasn't implemented in this case, and probably that whole wave of cases, because again, this note on the last page, and I've read it, but I read it aloud before. I'm going to read it again. To me, this is the crux of the matter. This finding is based on architectural merit alone. And yet you spent a lot of time arguing about architectural merit, which wasn't really what was necessarily lacking. And further research for association with historically significant events and/or people should be conducted. So I am only an amateur historian in some very narrow areas, some of which is family research. You can even go to big cities like Portland, Oregon, and find in that time frame, they report on who went to what parties and what dress they wore. And, you can find some amazing information. And it's because those were small towns in those days. And Los Altos was even smaller. So when you show up in the paper, it doesn't mean you were significant. It just meant that was the news those days. In fact, we should probably miss that. Yeah, it was the Facebook. It was the Facebook. So to me, showing up in those papers, and I have a whole folder in my computer full of clippings, and learned some fascinating things about my family, and don't worry, I won't bore you with that. But so to me, that is not evidence. But what is compelling is that what was done in this 2008-9 timeframe was an incomplete process. And it was flagged in this part of it that says, okay, we've done the start, but you really need to do the rest of it. And it happened, but it happened in the course of this process here. So I also will say, since we're into giving our appellants feedback tonight, I guess, and thank you for taking it, I really think you did yourselves a disservice that we had two appeals which did a lot of the spaghetti on the wall kind of thing. I mean, you kept sending more stuff, and you didn't submit it as part of the packet. You just kept sending and stuff and sending stuff and sending stuff, and it kind of dilutes your seriousness. If you had a strong, compelling case, why wasn't that all in there in the first place? And again, looking for that hook, I think you missed it, because it wasn't whether it was modest. In my mind, it wasn't whether it's modest or not modest, and whether the pictures showed some, and I know at least one of the homes, the grander homes, that wasn't really the question. It was really, did it have all the elements of the historical significance? So I agree with my colleagues that it was missing that. It probably didn't belong on there in the first place, and so therefore, how can you lose something you actually really never demonstrated, that you never measured that you had in the first place? I echo what's been said about behavior in the commissions. Firstly, thanks to historical commissioners who, they do that job because that's their passion. I think you mentioned the word passion. And they could be your best allies, but being bullied is not going to, we see there's some really off behavior, and we know that the commissioners didn't join to get yelled at or berated or lectured, or it's there in the video. And so they're your best allies. Treat them nicely. And respect the process that the staff and the commission and our council liaison, the vice mayor, and then everything will be so much smoother. Your arguments that you make will be so much more cohesive. So with that, obviously I think we are aligned up here for coming at it from different angles. So I'm going to ask if we have a motion. It sounds like we're going to be voting on denying the appeal. Vice Mayor is going to make the motion.
I move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos denying appeal number APPL 25-0004 and upholding the decision of the Historical Commission approving the removal and the property located at 81 Pepper Drive from the Los Altos Historical Resource Inventory and find the project is exempt from environmental.
Microphone. Sorry.
I'll start again. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos denying appeal number APPL 25-0004 and upholding the decision of the Historical Commission approving the removal of the property located at 81 Pepper Drive from the Los Altos Historical Resource Inventory and find the project is exempt from environmental review under the CEQA Guideline Section 15061B3. That's my motion.
Second.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ling?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, so council, we have one discussion item. Do we need a 5-minute break, or can we power through what I think we'll just use the discussion item to frame out and take any public comment, and then we can adjourn this meeting to reconvene to closed session? Do you need a 5-ish minute break? Yes. All right, good. So we are going to, and thank you all for your perseverance and sitting through a very long evening with us. Some of you have been here the whole time, including the gentleman in the propeller hat, who we are very happy to see. So this item is to discuss our vacancy and the options that we have in front of us. We saw our former colleague sworn in last night as our new county assessor, so we all should be nice to her when we see her next, if we do. So are I know we don't have the city clerk's going to walk us through some of the details that we will consider when we discuss our options.
Yes, so before you have the report detailing your options for filling the vacancy that Councilmember Flagger left behind when she resigned at the last meeting. And you can discuss and provide direction, make a decision if you choose to. You also still have some time because there was a clock that started ticking to either make an appointment or call for a special election. However, there is no requirement that a decision be made immediately. And so you do have time to discuss this in future meetings if you so wish.
And my understanding is it March 13th, or that depends on which decision we make? They would have a different timeline.
Yes, that is correct. Based on the fact that we received the resignation during the meeting of January 13th, there is a 60-day timeline to fill the vacancy by appointment. And so if you are filling the vacancy by appointment, that appointment must be made no later than March 13th, which is 60 days from, March 14th, which is 60 days after that January 13th.
Okay, so it's March 14th. I
March
misspoke.
14th.
And if we were going to call an election, we would have to make that decision to call the election by that same date that you just mentioned, March 14th.
Correct. So we
Right.
need to know which election the vacancy would be filled at if you're going to call for an election. There is an election on June 2nd. However, because of the timing, unfortunately, we have a very strict turnaround where an adoption would have to be made by the city council by tomorrow. And I would have to submit that finalized signed resolution to the Registrar of Voters by 5 p.m. tomorrow.
Madam City Clerk, do you have an idea how much the special election would cost if we opted for the June option?
Yes, I do. The Registrar of Voters provided me with a quote that they did want to just really clarify. It's not an actual quote, but the approximation is about $96,393 to hold a special election on the June 2nd ballot.
Yes, which would be, it's not that feasible. It'd be due by 5 p.m. tomorrow, whatever we put in, and then that election isn't certified till July.
That election will be
2nd.
certified on July 3rd, 2026, I do believe. I have it in my report.
All right. Let me see if we have any more
July
questions,
2nd.
and maybe we'll open for public comment and then see if we want to discuss
Let's
further
one more
tonight.
question.
Yes.
So, assuming that we don't go into turbo mode and I call for an election in the next 40 minutes or whatever, then the next time we got together, we'd be looking at a choice between either making an appointment or calling an election in November.
That is correct.
But at some level, that would be kind of like a through the looking glass election, because by the time the election happened was certified, the term that we're contemplating filling would be over, and therefore it would be moot. Would we still have an election? Like, in theory, people could submit signatures and run for that? I mean, I don't know why they would.
It's going to be a
spend the
little
time.
tricky because this is also our first district elections this year, and so we do have 2 of our districts coming up for election this year.
So I've heard.
Yes, I think you've heard. And so we will be having an election cycle that begins in July. To add even more confusion here, for the November ballot, our regular election process is we accept nomination papers from candidates beginning, I believe it's in early July of this year for the November ballot. So if we had someone running for the seat, they would have to be running in one of those districts for the November ballot. They would have to be a candidate that resides in one of the districts that is open.
Wait, I'm confused. So what happened to the at-large vacancy that becomes mooted? I think, doesn't it just become, I mean, because the 2 district seats are separate, are their own elections, right?
So the seat that was at-large filled by Councilmember Fleiger was an at-large seat, but that seat expires in November of this year.
So essentially,
Right.
if we, if I might, if we declare an election that would be held in November, essentially we're saying that the election for one of the district seats is essentially what is filling the vacancy.
Correct.
Got it.
Correct.
Yes. So by default, we would be, if we don't make an appointment, if we choose not to make an appointment and we choose to hold the election for the empty seat in November, we are essentially by default leaving the seat vacant for the remainder of the existing term.
Correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Nothing?
Nothing?
I thought for sure.
Okay. I think I'll go to public comment and then see whether we want to discuss more afterwards or just think further. Yeah, okay. All right. So, yes. Do we have any comment cards?
We do not.
No? Do we have anyone who looks like they want to fill out a comment card? No. Okay. So, that was a short.
Be careful. If you fill out a comment card, we might appoint you to that empty seat.
Yeah. All right. So I don't see any comments. So you wanted to go right ahead.
So it appears the decision is, do we appoint or do we leave the seat vacant? There's another agency right in our own city right now that has a little bit of a conundrum over appointing for a vacancy. That would be the Los Altos School District, Vladimir Ivanovic having just resigned, and that body decided that they would make an appointment. Without opining on anything that that body does or has done or will do, but just talking about what I've heard from residents and their feelings about the appointment process, I have encountered profound concern about shenanigans. Let me just say that there will be people who will like whomever is appointed, and there will be people who will not like whoever is appointed. Our situation is even further complicated by districts, right? Because should we choose to make an appointment, there are implications for the 2026 election, because whoever is appointed would then have an opportunity to run as an incumbent if they live in District 2 or District 4. Or we could appoint somebody who lives in District 1 or 3 or 5, and then they would only be able to sit for the remainder of NISA's at-large term, and then they wouldn't be eligible to run for another term. So given what I've heard from the residents, and the fact that I haven't, and I've been talking to potential candidates or what have you, trying to encourage people to, to be interested at least and engaged. I have yet to find somebody that makes me go, oh, I really want to appoint that person. There's maybe one or two people who I've thought that about, but then they said, hell no. So absent, an awesome appointment that is going to be a unifying force and everybody's going to love, which I just can't wrap my head around finding that person. And given the cost of an election in June and how hard it would be to try and call for that in the next 24 hours, I'm not ready to make a decision to appoint somebody right now. I'm kind of in a, let's play this out for a while and see who comes forward and see how the situation develops.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg, did you want to say a few words? Do you need
Sure.
a break?
Hmm?
Okay. You okay?
No, I just need to stand for a little bit, but my
I know.
mind's still here.
I know how that is.
I suspect that the four of us agree that it makes no sense to call an election in June. It's going to cost the city almost $100,000. Council member would sit for 5-6 meetings. It doesn't seem to make any sense.
Right.
So I think we're aligned there. I don't disagree with what Council Member Daley said. Ultimately, for me, the question is what's in the best interest of the city of Los Altos and this council. We've got some big issues coming up this year, and it's good to get more perspectives on them. But at the same time, I'm sure that we will have some 2-2 votes throughout the year, but for the most part, I don't think that that's going to be holding up city business. So I don't feel that we have to have a fifth member up here in order to get done, the minimum plus a little bit more. I think that we're going to be able to do that. So right now, I think my druthers would be to support an election in November, which is essentially keep it empty. But it's barely a scintilla tip in the scale that way for me. So if we want to defer this after thinking of letting it percolate more, or anyone else has a strong feeling the other way, I'm certainly open.
The Vice Mayor.
Let's see what I do to your scales. I'm likewise inclined. What I'm to me, the priority is making sure that we can continue to do the city and people's business, right? Is that, to be clear, 2-2 votes still reach a decision, depending on how it's worded. It may fail or whatever, but it's still a decision. It's not like things would stall for 12 months. So we can still reach decisions on behalf of the city. And, that's not to say we won't have them. We've had some split votes in the past, but we've also been able to work well together through that. So I'm pretty confident that again. The flip side of that is if we try to appoint somebody, and an argument to get another point of view, that I can see that argument. But to me, the concern is I sat through the discussion of the districts back there and then up here, but sat through that. And what struck me at the time, you would remember it even better than I, it was an amazingly time-consuming process. And in order to avoid the shenanigan thing, we'd have to have a big process. We'd have to have applicants and interviews and open discussion and so forth. And at the end of all that, first of all, N-1 of the people would be mad, and their supporters and stuff. And would we have made any progress on anything? No, they just keep making decisions, right? When I think of the agenda of all the things that we have to get done in the coming months, I really don't want to budget time for an appointment process, is my own personal thing. And that what's dominate. That's sort of the dominant logic. I'll say there's another bit of logic too, which is the shift to districts is going to be confusing enough. And like one of our duties, I think, is to help the public understand what's going on with their elections and their government. I think just explaining that there are going to be 2 district things is going to be the work of a year, or at least till November, right? Adding in, oh, and by the way, there's this bizarre backflip appointment process, but it doesn't really last longer than a couple months and so forth. Like, to me, that's semantic noise that distracts from the higher purpose of explaining to the residents the new way they get to vote for the people who represent them. So that's not the primary one. The primary one is that I want to keep our agendas clear to do the people's business. But the secondary one is I also want to not add to the inevitable confusion we're having this year with the residents understanding the elections. That's all I have to say about that.
Right, all excellent points. We looked into how many 3-2 votes we had last year, and there were only 3, and 2 of them, and 2 of them were in that funding thing. So you and I were 2 against 3 in 2 separate fundings. Remember the April meeting? So there was only one, you know, the civic organizations. Okay. So, and you know, that's sort of a separate thing. So the only one that wasn't the civic organization was, I don't even remember the topic. It doesn't matter. There was only one substantive topic that we were 3-2. So my concern about an appointment is, you know, if we start that process, we kind of have to finish it. So, you know, and if we actually don't really want to appoint someone after going through the interviews, we're kind of stuck anyway. So that's an awkward situation, I think. And it's not just us doing the appointment process that takes time. It's staff time to train, presumably somebody who, well, they're certainly not, you know, necessarily versed in what we're managing right now, but there's other things about being a council person and whatever else. So it would take Brown Act and, you know, catching up on some of the closed session things, you know, so it's a huge amount of time. I do think we can manage, some of it's agenda management, but some of it is also in our norms. And so I think, so we can agree, I think, to talk about this next time, but when we look at the norms at the next meeting, we should think about what we can build in to the norms to make sure that if we're not comfortable we're going to be able to make a decision, can we, I don't know if can we table it? Can you make a substitute motion? We don't want to kill anything inadvertently, because if we were at 4, it was going to be 2-2. So in the norms, potentially there, or at least we can agree on a convention, how we manage the agenda and or how we approach the items in front of us to not artificially do away with something just because we're short a seat. So, you know, so these are our initial thoughts. We haven't been able to talk about this before with each other. So I would propose that we have this. This is going to be a continuing item until we make our decision. But we can all think about that. And as I said, as we go through the norms, I think it would be a good time to keep an eye on that for how we can manage the circumstance. You know, we might have more vacancies sometime, right? Anyway, so unless we have anything else to add to that conversation, we'll just put it on the next agenda to pick it up again then. And with that, I would propose that, I mean, unless anyone wants to do a report right now on there, we can just do a report, our usual things. Or do you want to? Yes. Oh, okay. Go right ahead.
I would like to propose propose a study session in sometime in the future at the timing of staff to hear ideas about traffic flow downtown. That as long as we're looking at some other things, it seems like an opportune time to look at that. It could have impacts on safety, parking availability, a number of things. And I would like to propose having a study session about that.
I would second that. I think, we've talked about that off and on, or talked about talking about it. So I would support that.
I'd support it too. I mean, there've been a lot of ideas that have been
Yes.
flowing around. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have something formal.
Okay. I think I'll just save whatever updates. I can't think of a future agenda item right now. I'm a little bleary. So with that, what we're going to do is adjourn this regular meeting, and we're going to convene back to the closed session that we put on hold for us to return to. All right. Thank you all. Have a good rest of the evening.
Mr. Steinle, do you know who Wavy Gravy was? Yes.